Hot, 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 hot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gain. Pilot. Stored. Pilot. On. Oh, for the press conference. Yeah. Ah, perfect. Yep. So, nice and easy. 1, 2.
On what device?
What's the question?
Password for the Wi-Fi.
For here?
Yeah.
Why are you asking me? You set it. I know it. It's maybe someone. It must be someone else. 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why did you stop working? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2. One, two. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doing very good job.
Come by my room, I've got some mouthwash.
You see there, boy.
You've got pretty lips.
You want to suck on your mouthwash? Tone inactive. Tone is active.
When do you go live?
When you go live?
I meant to cut a feature before that.
10:45.
What time do you go? How did you get out on it? Doing interviews with Shirley, doing the intro, doing the highlights, you know, just a few things.
Really so important.
Have we not got an intro?
Yeah.
We've been live for 2 days. Have we not got an intro yet?
We do a different intro every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because we're so well resourced
Exactly.
and prepared. To be fair, it is a 20-man crew.
It should be.
There's a lot of people here, Dominic.
Huh?
When you sent that little crib call sheet out, I was like, 20 people?
You know how these Germans roll.
Well, that's true. That's true. It's like 15. Or the cost of 15. Oh. You right?
I thought we were using a different card. This will be alright because there's not many VTs today.
Ho hum. So, I think, new trial today.
What are you doing to these clips? Now I can only see 2 of them. Now I can't see the time lapse. Oh, it's because you filmed different.
Who's on trial today?
No, no. New technological advance in the sound department.
A bag of rice?
Record an instant replay. Yeah. Record an instant replay of jury calls. It's like fucking F1, mate. Oh, that's not right.
What, delay line?
Well, no, I can. Basically, I've got to basically keep it simple for you.
Because yeah. Can you put it in like layman's terms?
Yeah. So I record it automatically, and then I can play it back when you want it. Gary. Where's the other microphone?
That's pretty good. So it just records,
Yeah, it's just like a
and you
little
can just scrub
snooper.
back
No,
and
it's
play.
not even that. It's triggered recording. So I've sent it the race officer VHF.
That's as soon as it gets a level.
So as soon as it gets a level, it records, and then it just drops it in a
Is
folder.
that just a program?
Yeah, snooper, freebie program.
Sorry, it cost me loads of money. I'll have to charge Michael for it.
This isn't going to work.
What do you need? Do you need some help?
Yeah, well, yeah. The bit that goes
Oh,
from
I
there
can't
to the
help that
microphone.
bit. Yeah, I can't. No, that's not my department.
It's not as that.
I mean, I can go and stand somewhere and talk shit.
That's what we want, Graham. No, this.
Okay.
Yeah, we get it done. Yeah.
So we have to solve with the race commission, but
Yes.
don't stretch it too much.
Thank you for joining us and welcome to the Star Sailors League Final 2018 from the rather stunning Nassau in the Bahamas. If you're wondering what happened yesterday, well, the short answer is plenty. 4 close-fought races and a dramatic storm which resulted in what many are calling Star-mageddon. Today, though, is a brand new day and the prospect of great sailing conditions for the rest of the event looks very promising. 25 star-studded teams will compete over the next 2 days in a qualifying round that will result in Saturday's top 10 battling it out in a knockout final to decide who will be crowned 2018 champion.
Well, good morning from the Nassau Yacht Club, and the day has dawned, Mark. It's more typical, isn't it? It looks like we're post-frontal, the conditions look idyllic.
Yeah, sun's out, wind's up, and the sailors are heading out. Really looking forward to another day's great racing, especially after yesterday's drama.
Well, there was plenty of drama yesterday, and that last race, that last downwind leg, there was a bit of carnage.
Well, it was an interesting day because all day that they'd been talking about this front. We could see it on the weather charts. They knew it was coming, but when it was coming. And it hit just at an optimum time when the entire fleet were coming around that top mark, all piling into the top mark, and then they had to put a jibe in because the wind had gone round through. So it was really high pressure, all on for young and old.
Let's go and have a look at the highlights from yesterday. There were plenty.
Well, it's going to be amazing. It's very impressive to see the list of names.
I feel pretty good. I mean, I put some hours in for this regatta and I'm confident.
Yeah, I'm so excited. The wind, it looks great. We have maybe 12-15 knots today.
The Star Sailors League Finals 2018 finally got the conditions they'd all been hoping for on day 2. 5 times Olympic medalist Robert Scheidt nailed a pin-end start, but couldn't hold off the speedy Mateusz Kaznerowicz at Mark 1. The Brazilian's legendary downwind speed, though, saw him overhaul the Polish pairing to take the opening race. Scheidt attempted to repeat the winning move with a well-executed pin-end start in race 2. But it was the Brazilian compatriot 2 times Olympic medalist Lars Grael who committed big to the right-hand side of the course and rounded the windward mark in first. From there, his race was faultless and extended his lead to take a comfortable win. The breeze started to pick up for race 3, and it was the Polish team's turn to take the pin end at the start, controlling the fleet and rounding first at Mark 1, just ahead of Brazilian Robert Scheidt, who again turned on the afterburners downwind. But 2 times Star Sailors League final winner Mark Mendelblatt sailed a textbook second upwind to take the lead. He defended well to deliver his first bullet of the week and establish himself as a real threat. With skies darkening rapidly and the ominous threat of an incoming storm, race 4 got underway. It was a USA 1 and 2 at the first mark, with Ogie Diaz leading sailing legend Paul Keard. But it was at Mark 3 when Star-mageddon ripped through the fleet, snapping masts and causing carnage for many. The experience and impressive seamanship of the American pairing Ogie Diaz and Bruno Prada saw them weather the storm to hold on to first place, whilst the rest of the fleet nursed their boats to the line. With 3 podium results, Scheidt and Boning lead the way after the first day's action. Consistent sailing puts Mendelblatt and Fatty in second place, with the new pairing of Negri and Clean completing the podium in third, despite an eventful last race, finishing in an uncharacteristic 20th position.
When the storm came, we ate the mark and we had to do this 360 in the blowing condition, and I felt overboard, so it was not a good feeling.
We managed to climb back from some bad situations. That's a good thing. I think we still need to improve a few things on our sailing and still get a bit more boat speed upwind. The level is very high, it's very difficult to do everything well, so we just hope to be on the top 10 on the last day.
Well, it's certainly the last race, the last run. There was lots of action. Unfortunately, a little bit of carnage, but the good news is everyone is good to go here this morning. So this is the view of boats going in the water and full preparations on here for an on-time start in Nassau. the current standings. We'll just have a bit of an in-depth mark of what we're looking at here. Familiar, those top three with Shite, Midden, Black and Negri.
And of course we've got the first discard come in. Very helpful for Robert getting rid of that 17.
For me, the key is that number 10. We can see right now Georgiado sits in number 10th position because, of course, that is the cut-off. But look how close they're stacked up just under there.
Well, it's all about those points, and today is going to be crucial because there's a pretty tight point blister around that 10 points, and that's what it's all about. That Friday after the qualifiers, that top 10.
So next up, we'll just have a bit of a look at some of the players here at the Star Sailors League finals here in Nassau. And of course, Robert Shite, Henning Boning. They lead after 4 races, legendary sailors. Ruggiero Tita and Enrico Volantini. They really have got a little bit of work to do today, and they need to move up. They'll be hoping to move up the leaderboard. Diego Negri and Christoph Kleen. Certainly yesterday, I think Diego had a bit of a swim, but earlier we had a look at Guido Galliano and Killian Weiss, the youngest person in the Star Sailing Championship, but already what a track record. Laser Radial Youth World Champion and Laser Radial European Champion, and he's only 17 years of age. What a wonderful future he's got. We had a bit of a chat to him earlier.
It's so nice to be in the Bahamas, isn't it? Cheers.
Yes.
I mean, you're 17 years old. You've escaped the winter in Europe and you're sailing a star here in the Bahamas. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, beautiful weather with the greatest sailor in the world. I mean, it's fantastic for me.
I mean, you're normally sailing laser radials, you've been very successful in them, but to be out here, in a star, racing against the legends of the sport, it must feel like, you've been given the keys to your dad's Ferrari.
Yeah, feels like that. I mean, I'm super excited and super honored to be here. I didn't expect it, but I feel really happy to sail with the legends, and it's crazy to meet them in the park, maybe in the boat next mine, so feels really great to see them like in the morning at the breakfast. Maybe like guys like Paul Caillard, always seen since I was a child, just with the America's Cup, the legend, my idol. It's crazy to. Yesterday I got a lineup with him. It was really, really good.
How are they with you both, Killian? What sort of advice have they been giving you?
Yeah, we had some training days in Garda before, so we tried to pick up with those guys. Freddie was there, Robert was there. We had some trainings, Fridtjof Kleen and also Fabio Zini as a coach. So we just had a boat, tried to get the tuning in, tried to learn from them how they work on the boat, tried to copy maybe some moves, and just try to shape up and get ready for the upcoming week.
I mean, you have a phenomenal winning record. I mean, perhaps just summarise what you've achieved at such a young age.
Yeah, this year especially was a great year for me. I won the nationals, the Europeans and the Worlds. Unfortunately, I didn't win the ISS Youth, but because I broke my foot 1 month before. So it was a great year anyway, of course. And also past years, great years for me. I mean, I'm really proud of my career since now. Yeah.
Killian, what's he like to sail with? I mean, he's a man who's used to winning.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, such a talent on the boat. From the first day on, he was always doing the magic with the tiller extensions, so it was great. I think we're doing also well as a team. I mean, I try with some star experience to get the boat fast and then get the tuning in, and he's trying to make the boat fast in any kind of breeze. And I think we're just looking for a good week of racing, having fun, just enjoying to sail against all these legends, to have the chance. And like Guido said, we just push hard for every race, see every race is a new chance, and then we just want to do our best what we can and see where it ends.
What about your career? what's next? What's your hopes and expectations in the sport?
I mean, I'd like to have an Olympic career first, maybe with laser or 49er. Let's see, and maybe after I would like to sail the America's Cup if I have the opportunity, of course. It's a dream. Also, Volvo Ocean Race is a dream. I mean, let's see what the future gets to me.
Well, you're in the right place to meet the right people. Good luck to both of you this week.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
One of the many new faces that you see here at the Star Sailors League. And Mark, isn't it great to see the freshness, the smiles and the talent?
Absolutely, yeah. Just talking to him in the dinghy park this morning, asking him how he'd got on with that wind when it came through. He said that they'd trained so hard in Lake Garda because he was really worried about jibing a boat in big wind and flat wind. So he was pretty comfortable. So it's nice to see the confidence.
And I'm sure he has a big future ahead. And the dreams of Olympic and America's Cup, I'm sure he will live his dream. That was a lovely little piece. We'll just have another look at a few more teams as we look at a lovely graphic. Mark Meddinglack, Brian Fatigue, ones to watch in that first division. Semi Fantella, Antonio Apoprovic. Again, Fantella was a little bit disappointing yesterday. Watch for a comeback today. Evin Malaby and Josh Revkin, they will be, in my book, very close to being in that top group. Zomba Buresh, he certainly had a bit on when the breeze came through yesterday. Hamish Pepper and Steve Mitchell, they had the unfortunate scenario yesterday of breaking a mast, and Lars Grail, he won a race yesterday and took full advantage of the conditions. But Hamish Pepper and Lars, they had a bit on overnight with a few mast issues, and I spoke to them earlier today while they're out in the boatyard with the tools out.
Oh, yesterday was a day for up and downs in terms of results, but then at the end of the race the wind was so strong, and the mast is so soft, it's so flexible. So it's always good to remove the equipment, have a check on everything, every detail, and we found a crack and a bend on the spreader, and the spreader fitting was totally bent. So now we're removing the spreader fitting, putting a new one. We have to remeasure and put it up again. So to be competitive back again today, we hope.
We were just about 100, 150 metres from the finish line, and we're just, safe as houses, and we're just kind of trying to deliver the boat as best we could and not dip the pole or break the mast. And lo and behold, we did. Yeah. Quite a bit of a clean up to do yesterday once we got in, because the mast, well, there's the mast there on the ground, and it's, we had to totally rip the sail out of it to get the sail off the boat, and so, it took us probably a good hour and a half to tidy up the boat, and to where we got to last night there was a good 2.5 hours, and then it was too dark to actually make sure our settings were correct. So a fine-tuned tool. It's not complicated, but you've just got your precise measurements that you need to do and your checks, and so it's just a matter of getting those absolutely right, and because we have our settings and we know where to put the rig in for our settings, and so once we get that right, then it's just another rig.
Well, yesterday when we sat here waiting for the weather to come, we thought it was going to be tricky, but today looks a bit more settled, Mark.
Absolutely, 24 centigrade, out of about 80, 75, just really lovely Bahamian conditions out here on Montague Bay. Sorry, we're moving geography around.
And here we are in lovely, lovely Nassau as we fly in with Virtual down over Montague Bay, and the wind, of course, has swung round quite a long way to the right. About, in terms of compass heading, probably out of between 60 and 80 degrees. So it's windward lewards, two laps, and then a downwind finish, which is always exciting. I'd like to welcome in Shirley Robertson, of course, 2 times Olympian. She won. I managed to watch your race, Shirley, in Sydney in the Europe Dinghy in 2000. And that was sort of one of my highlights. But welcome this morning, and the conditions over your shoulder look superb.
It looks fabulous, Peter. This is why we come to the Bahamas. It's an absolutely perfect day. I have a little bit of news for you. The postponement flag has just gone up. I anticipate a really short delay. The sailors they all underestimated how long it would take to get here. We're sailing on the outer course today, which feels like we're out in the ocean. It's pretty wavy. And as Mark said, a great forecast for today. Currently some 15, 16 knots. A hint of maybe a little bit more later on, but we're in for a blinder of a day. Stay tuned.
Well, thanks, Shirley and Mark. We're further out to sea. You can see it's a bit of a seaway running, but it just looks superb. And we're in for a 4. I assume we'll do 4 races. We can do up to 4. But I would see no reason why the race management team wouldn't want to do 4, but it just looks superb.
Absolutely, and of course the big difference from yesterday to today is the breeze is in the opposite direction, and we've got some waves. You know, it was offshore, absolutely flat yesterday, and now it's blowing down the coast, and you've got that lovely little bobble just started to come up, which is going to add a little bit of something downwind. You'll see a bit of surfing, a little bit more aggression on the rocking and rolling. And so you've got the land on the left. We'll be interested to see if there's a bit of land effect there on the left-hand side of the course. The breeze is up.
As we go on with Matthias Kuznerovic, Polish team, one to watch as they just get ready and have a bit of a sail around, get a bit of a feeling. We see the AP flag up there, the vertical red and white stripes. That means we're just in a short postponement.
None of the sailors really mind when it's postponed.
Well, Shimi Fantella, what a track record. 470 world champion. He won the 49er Worlds this year in Aarhus. And that's a huge achievement to change classes, Olympic classes, and to be world champion in both. And he won the Optimus Worlds, and of course he is an Olympic champion. Shirley caught up with Shimi earlier today.
Welcome back to the Star Sailor League final. I know you have been before, but it's an exciting place to be.
Yes, I'm really excited to be here a second time. I was in first time 2016. And back now with the same crew, this time a little bit heavier than the first time.
It's quite the lineup, isn't it? I mean, I can't imagine sailing and looking over your shoulder and there's Robert Scheid. How hard is it and how impressive is it to be part of it?
That's one of the biggest reasons I like to be here is to sail against the big guys like Robert Scheid, Mark Mellenblatt, Freddie Loof, brothers Grael and all the rest. So it's a unique opportunity to sail against these legends. So I'll always try to learn.
Well, last year was a real watershed year, wasn't it? A star rookie won, and I know you watched it live. What do you take from that? The fact that someone who's not spent a lifetime sailing this boat can walk away with the trophy.
I think all of us sailors have a good base for sailing any boat. So I believe that a boat is just a tool to show your skills, and as long as you have 5-10 days to learn the boat, obviously the guys who sailed a long time like Robert or other guys, he'll always have a small advantage, but in certain conditions, if everything is stable or usual, you have a big chance to win, I think.
What do you bring to this?
I'm blessed to come from 470 into this boat instead of, if I only did 49er, would be harder to sail a star, but doing the 470 is a good step to do star class.
In my Olympic career, I did 2 Olympic Games and walked away with no medals. And I remember thinking about you in Rio and watching you win on your 3rd attempt, and almost the relief was, you'd almost taste the relief from you. How special a moment was that?
Going home with a gold, it feels like 15 years in the class, just no better way of finish it. And winning 2 times the Worlds, Europeans 3 times, 13 medals from the Worlds and Europeans, podiums. and just no Olympic medal. And then last one, gold easily with nice advantage in the points. So like one of the best days in my life.
It's not easy to change Olympic discipline. I mean, sailing, winning medals in the Olympics is all about such minute detail, isn't it? I mean, how did you find, stepping into the 49er with a new crew as well? How was that transition?
I felt in my heart that I can do it. Like, I think I can do it with the right attitude, again, with the right people. I teamed up with my brother, who is RS6 sailor, Michovel. He's quite tall and light, so I think I knew they would be a perfect match for the 49er, but still there is time on the water and see how we fit each other, do we synchronize well. But in the end, we saw in Aarhus it worked out. It was really good race for us, and the best moment is that now we have the proof that we are on a good track and we are perfect for the class, and just keep on working.
What about here? Looking ahead to this week, what can we expect from the Croatians?
I hope we'll have a good fun. I hope we'll have nice conditions. I love the atmosphere. I love the organizing guys. I love to sail around top guys from different classes. So I hope I will come back home with something new learned. And what we can give is lots of pressure to everyone, that's for sure. We are a bit heavier than the last time, so I believe we're going to be a bit quicker than the last time, and I hope we're going to stay strong in the light breeze as the last time. So we'll see.
Well, we'll look at the format of the racing, and Mark, you've been studying up on this one?
Well, after some great racing yesterday, and we've got another 2 days to go, today and tomorrow. The teams will race up to 11 qualifying races. They aim for that top 10 cut-off. They've got to be in that point, because only 10 boats go through to Saturday's racing. After the qualifiers, the top boat gets a bye all the way through to the final, which is nice, but we can talk about that later if there's some advantages there or disadvantages. The second boat place can get a bye to the semi-final. So that leaves 8 boats to race, desperate to avoid that 5th place cut-off. 6 boats then race the semi-finals with the sole aim to be in the top 4. Then the 4 boats race head-to-head for the win. So you've got to be in it to win it for the last day. And the prize pot, $200,000. The winner takes away $40,000. And of course, crowned 2018 Star Sailors League champion.
Well, I love the format. I think it's great. It's easy to keep engaged. So, current standings after 4. Remember, we've still got a long way to go, right up to 11 races. So it's Robert Scheidt, Mark Mendelblatt, Diego Negri make up the top 3. Diaz, Kuznerovic, Malaby to 6, Grail, Zarif and Loof. Zabo right on the cutoff, but right nipping at his heels underneath. We've got Bruni, Rohart, Kayard and Stepanovic can all have a piece. In fact, when you look at that scorecard, Mark, everyone really is still in the game to get in the top 10. And today is a crucial day. This is a moving day today, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, talking to some of the sailors this morning about, where they are on risk and, the analysis of how hard they're going to push the line and things. And it's still early days. It's 4 races in. It's still early days. But obviously, those sailors just above that cutoff, they're going to be aware that they can go down. It was pretty tricky racing yesterday. A lot of sailors loving this higher wind, a little bit more power in the wind. Yesterday was obviously incredibly tricky. Many shifts, pinged around all over the course. Just coming up with 5 minutes to go.
And we see there on Mateusz Kuznerovic's boat just setting the time. So we're in sequence. Look, we talk a lot, and I've got to give you guys a rap here. We talk a lot about the wonderful sailors out on the water and their track records. But Mark, you sit here as an Olympic medalist in Sydney in 2000. You got a silver medal in the star class, and you're a 5 times world champion. So not only do we have quality out on the water, we've got quality in our team with yourself, and of course Shirley Robertson, a double gold medalist, one in the Europe dinghy and a second one in the Yingling in Athens in 2004. And so I'd like to thank you, for coming along and passing on all your wonderful knowledge. But Mark, getting back now, we're into this, coming up to 4:10 to go. It's really game on, isn't it? And with the Seaway running, that's going to change the game downwind as we come up to the 4-minute signal.
So just the 4-minute signal just go there. Race committee ready to go. Yeah, it is. I mean, there's certainly, you're going to see a little bit more aggression in the start. They can throw the boats around a little bit more. And it's also another set of rig tuning. They would have been up and down that first beat a little this morning already, just hitting their numbers on the tune, changing the rig settings, and is constantly testing that line, the time and distance on the line again and again and again.
So we're on board with Irish and Maya. We're just looking, readjusting the timing device. Of course, we've got a camera on 3 boats today, which just adds to the drama. With Zomba Barish here. Now, in terms of the break, these boats all measured in two head sails. Would have they ever gone to the flatter option in this much wind?
A lot of these teams will be running pretty similar head sails. We get really good conditions here. If it's so light and streaky, the race committee, as we saw on the first day, just can't give you racing. So mostly these boats are moded for exactly these conditions that we're seeing here. Certainly as the mains one might be a little bit heavier than the other, but it's unlike the Dragon class or some of these other classes that have got like a light, medium and a heavy.
So we're 2:30 up now. Mateusz Kuznerovic, who of course is an Olympic champion in the Finn from Atlanta, and he's a 2-time Finn world champion. But we'll go back out to Shirley. Shirley, we're on board with Mateusz at the moment. How does it look? Looking up the track, I mean, from here, it's champagne.
Oh, it is. I'm very jealous, Peter. It's perfect conditions, and I'm sure if you're one of the slightly heavier teams, then you're I'm slightly in the way. Just moving forward a little bit out in the camera boat. If you're one of the bigger teams, you're going to relish this, especially downwind, to have waves to surf on. I mean, it's absolutely peachy. To me, it looks like the wind has strengthened a little bit. We're maybe 16, 17 knots. The sun is shining. Yeah, it's a beautiful day here. We're going to have a great race.
Shirley, in terms of the conditions, you've talked about the wind. What about current? Because there is a bit of flow. Can you tell us anything about that?
Well, we're no longer in Montague Bay, and actually the flow's quite strong in Montague Bay, so it's much more even here. Talking to the locals, they seem to always like the right-hand side. We'll see if that's true or not, but much more even current, and I don't think it'll be a massive factor at all.
So we're just coming up to the 1-minute signal mark. It looks good, so we're hearing maybe Shirley or the locals, the local knowledge, take it or leave it, says I like the right-hand side. Current doesn't seem to be a factor.
Don't forget
breeze is up a little bit.
This is the 6th Star Sailors League event here, so some of these sailors will have raced here quite a lot, almost call themselves locals.
I was talking to Paul Kayard this morning, and he's sailed here a lot as we come up to 35 to go. And Paul was saying wind out of about 80, but oscillating as much as 10 degrees. And picking that 10-degree shift at the crucial time will be important. We're on board here with...
Pretty even start here, Peter. Nice gap above the French here on this start line with 13 seconds to go.
So leading into the start of race 5 of the Star Sailors League finals here in the Bahamas. And the gun goes for the first race of the day. Down towards the leeward end, there's a bow forward. Not sure.
Well, that was Paul Kayard, bow number 7, and he certainly flipped the trigger real quick to get up.
Just I'm hearing general recall, so boats a little bit advanced. So there is the recall flag. You can see flying. The race committee couldn't identify the boats over the line. I'll go out to Shirley. Shirley, how much over were they?
Wow, well, they were all pushing the line, particularly in the middle and also down at the pin end. So good decision by the race officer. And I think, everyone's so raring to go. The conditions are absolutely perfect. And as Mark said, today is a crucial day if you want to be in that top 10. You've got to really be making your mark. So the guys are really eager to get going. So it's probably no bad thing to take a moment now and get a restart.
Especially in the middle of the line when you're with a group of boats and one boat starts to go. We call that spooking the herd. And I think from the look of his bow as he poked out, that was Mr. Paul Cayard who definitely got that feet up. You can make your own decision how good your transit is whether you want to go with someone around. But recall.
General recall. So we'll go back and have a look. We can have a look and let's just see who is bow forward.
Yeah, you can see in the middle of the line, that bow one popping out. And then everybody coming up with him. You can see, often the race committee will make a decision 3 or 4 seconds going into it when it's an obvious recall, so they'll be ready on the flag.
What was interesting was that normally there's a bow the other way in the line. That time the middle of the line were pushed well forward, and Cayard led the charge there.
Absolutely. A big change from back in my day, Peter. They can actually ping both ends in. So these guys know where the line is. So they know exactly how far off the line. And if they don't trust the technology, that race line with the land in the background is going to give you a great transit in old money.
We're on board with Zomba Beric here. We do have on boards today, which is great. And of course, back into the system of getting ready for the start of
so he's getting
race 5.
The time set again, so when they go into a new sequence, they'll go on the new time.
We'll just have a little look at Zomba Beric. He's a Finn Gold Cup winner and 2 times European champion from Hungary. To get into this fleet, so many world champions and so many Olympic champions on and off the water, of course, joined by my commentary colleagues, but we're on board with Zomba Beric and Maya. Isn't it great how the technology has allowed us to go and live and breathe on board? The miniaturisation and the digitisation of cameras has made that possible.
Absolutely.
So Shirley, in terms of the process we're going through now, do you think the race management team will alter the start line bias, or was that just first race of the day and people wanting to pull the trigger early?
I think it was a little bit of both. I mean, we're right by the committee boat, and I can see he's measuring the wind direction, and he's a very good race officer, and this is a tough crowd to please. He's doing a good job. I can see him looking at it, and I think he may have moved the pin end slightly further up just to make it slightly more pin bias. I think the guys are really eager as well. It's a great day, and they know they've got to really deliver today if they're going to be in that top 10 come Saturday. It was interesting that Paul Cayard also was leading the herd. I saw him this morning. He's pumped and ready to go. Didn't have the best day yesterday, and has come here with massive expectations to deliver. So I think we'll see him do well today. He's going to be taking the risks. He's going to be looking for a result come the end of the day.
So that signal we heard was AP down. It's the answering pennant down. So we're 25 seconds away from a warning signal. Mark was straight back in sequence, which is good. And Shirley's just told us there's been a little bit of a realignment. But what can Paul Cayard do today? I spoke to him early this morning. We haven't got an interview, but he was not happy with the way he sailed yesterday. He felt he had missed some opportunities. What can he do today?
With the 5-minute gun just coming up. I'm sure he was very pleased with his last race of the day yesterday, coming back with a much, much better result. But he definitely was backing himself going into this one. It was a really tricky day yesterday, so.
Today's more straightforward, isn't it? This is. I mean, it's at the higher end from what I have seen here in Nassau.
It'll be more of a boat speed, Peter.
Yeah, and fitness, I think, because this will be physical. If they do 4 races in this, they're going to be tired boys tonight.
You were asking me earlier about what different sails they have. As I said, they probably have very similar mains, but they certainly would have a light and a heavier air jib. Possibly different, obviously different cut, slightly flatter, and a slightly heavier cloth.
That's Max Salminen, the Swedish, from the Swedish team, a fin sailor. And we're just going to have a little bit of a chat about Max Salminen. He's Olympic champion, of course. He's won the Finn Gold Cup. And in fact, he won the Finn Gold Cup in Aarhus earlier in the year. And he has that wonderful skill of being able to sail starboats as well. And both, Max Salminen and his crew have both sailed with Freddie Loof. And that's kind of interesting, isn't it? There's great camaraderie with that Swedish group.
Check out our Facebook Live chat this morning with them. They relished both being star crews when that wind came through and they had to jibe. They both understood the issues with runners and mains and masts.
They made the point, did they? Said, having 2 crews on board, it was relatively, a doddle in the park.
Yeah.
And that's certainly how it is. So 3:15 to go, just before 3 minutes. That's Diogo Negri and last year's winner, Frischtjof Klein from Germany. Of course, Frida sailed with Paul Goodison. Shout out to Paul if he's watching, I'm sure he will be. And they had that thrilling last race. So Frischtjof Klein, he's 2017 Star Sailors League champion here last year. He's a Star World Champion. He's won the Bacardi Cup, won the 5.5 World Championships, and he does a bit of big boat sailing, and he won that Swan 45 World Champs. He's one of the characters around the boat park, and with a big smile on his face, he often tells us that he's the best star crew in the world. There's a few of them that dispute that around the Nassau Yacht Club, but it's always said in jest, of course. Shirley, 2:20 to go. Any change? What are you looking at? How does it look?
Do the last minute checks and have a look at the angle of it. It looks a little bit more even than it did before. The guys look a bit more settled, so hopefully they'll get away on time. Not long to go.
Are you back in the local chat about going right? What does the first beat look like to you?
Well, on the left-hand side of the course is Rose Island, which is a really long, thin island. And quite often, a bit of land like that, you might get, a bit of shelter from current, or it might affect the wind. But it's very, very thin. So, I don't know. I spoke to Paul Caird. He knows, particularly out here, he knows this very well, and he's very comfortable here. And he'll probably go left now, but he told me that it was a right-hand track. So we'll see at the end, huh?
Well, Shirley, you're getting the same intel. I have to speak to Paul as well. He certainly was pretty keen to go left. And Mark, last year, Mark Mendenblack was really effective, and he often started down in that bottom third and went to the left-hand corner as we come up to the last minute.
Just take the gun now. We can see how the fleet are shaping up on this start line. Bunched up to the right. Pretty even spread there. No one wants one corner or another. Got George Szabo up on the right-hand side, Barish. Italian needing to get up onto the line with 40 seconds to go. Got a Hunter on port coming through. Who is that? He's attacking into a slot, hopefully.
So this is day 3 of the Star Sailors League finals here in Nassau. We're on board with Nerish as we come into second, 17 seconds to go. Day 3 and race 5 as they line up for the start. First one they're over. Is this one going to be clean? 5 to go, and the middle of the fleet are already long way forward. The gun goes and another general recall. Wow. Boats were over well early, that one, Mark.
Peter, I could see that happening up to about 10 seconds. That was really, really very keen to get up onto the line. And it was like they all had the time wrong.
Yeah, they were certainly. It only takes one boat to get bow forward. Shirley, are we looking at a black flag this next time round? And of course, tell me what the implications of that are.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have to go to the black flag, but he may well do. If he's getting fed up with it, he may well do. To me, the line's a bit small. Not much room for the guys. And also, perhaps the wind has gone right a little bit, so that it was just way too even. It needs to perhaps realign at the start line again. So I'd say maybe lengthen it a bit and realign it. But, as Mark said, they have a small computer on board, most of these guys as well, so they're very, very accurate, with the line, and they're all desperate to make their mark today. So, they're on a short line like that, they're all pushing it. So we'll see what happens, but black flag is pretty significant. If you're over the line and in the last minute, then you're out for the race, and it's a big deal.
But Mark, at some point, the principal race officer will say, no more, I'm going to force you to button off. We must be getting close to that point.
Well, we have originally a Norwegian race officer. They're known to be very, very placid, very peacemaking, not at all... but he won't take any nonsense.
Over at Malaby, he's fourth in London at the Olympics, and he will be relishing these conditions. 2017 Star World Champion, and certainly one of the teams to watch. And what a range of skills this wonderful sailor has. He's done the Volvo Ocean Race, here sailing at the Star Sailors League finals. He's done Olympics, done the Volvo. He's pretty well done everything. And I think I would pick him probably, Mark, to be in that top 10 at the end of Friday night.
He was really focused. I spoke to him last night. I asked him how the breeze was when it came through. He was really happy with the performance. He then went off, and I watched him then throw in some press-ups and push-ups and some sit-ups. So he was still, in training mode. So intense.
Andre Tepley we had there in shot as we go up to the drone shot. And we're just going to go back and second replay of the day, second start. We'll just have a bit of a look at this one. I thought they were over quite a long way early.
Look at the time here. So this was like 4 seconds already, and you can see they'd already spooked the herd. They were over the line, and the general recall was up already by the time the start gun came down.
Yeah, there was no hesitation on the committee boat to send that one off. Shirley, I can see the black flag laying on the foredeck. What do you think?
He's getting ready. He's looking at it. Yeah, I think it's going to go. It's going to go in. Actually, he's keen to get going. I can see them lifting the general recall flag out its little holder. So, he wants to get them away. They want to get 4 races in today, so I suspect he won't take any more nonsense.
Well, Mark, the black flag certainly will make people be a bit more conservative. Just, again, black flag significance, what does it mean?
Well, like the colour, it's full of gloom and doom. It means if you were over the line, you're out of that race. And even if they run the race again, even if it is postponed at the later or whatever, you cannot race that race. You are out. It's a great way of thinning down the crowd if you've got a big fleet, but these guys know that they need to start well this next one.
They certainly do. So Zomba Birash, who is the 2018 Finn Gold Cup winner, and that is, I believe, the first time anyone from Hungary has won the Finn Gold Cup. He won that, of course, in Aarhus at the 2018 World Sailing World Championships. We just go over to Terry Kevin Pepinay. Terry Pepinay's, of course, the nephew of the great Terry Pepinay. He's 2018 470 Worlds, again at that same regatta in We've got 5 medal winners here at the Star Sailors League finals that medalled in Aarhus. And we are back in sequence. Shirley, in terms of preparation now, this is the 3rd start, the process. Just talk a little about the pre-start process that the sailors go through.
Well, I think you've got to keep your time and distance eye on the ball. So you can see them actually. They're all coming up to the race committee boat. They're checking, they're checking transits. They're checking time and distance. They're just getting a constant feel for it. There may be a little bit of current pushing them over. There's no real sign of it on any of the boats for the boys, but I just get a feeling something else is encouraging them over the line. So perhaps that's affecting them quite a bit. But they're in the routine. They're checking the line. They're checking the wind every few minutes, and just keeping at it, so they know where the line is, so they're not over. I mean, it's a disaster. If you were over this line a minute to go, that's a big counter not to do this race. It's a massive deal.
Camera chase 1. Where's that coming out?
I think Shirley might have just got a little bit busy after crossing to us there. So we're coming up to 3 minutes to go before the start. And interesting, that comment about a bit of flow, bit of push from behind, because that'll upset your time on distance in terms of that judgment call. Even though they've got a starting package, at the time that a bit of push from behind will get you to the line a little bit sooner than you want to be there. So we are in sequence 2:06 to go, and the black flag is flying. So if boats are over before the start, they of course will be required to retire from the race, and they cannot start a restart of the same race. So it's this will make the teams more conservative. Shirley, what are you seeing? Just 1:45 to go. Black flags flying. This will button the fleet off just a little bit.
Just a bit. I mean, they're all lining up a lot further away from the line than they did in the last 2 attempts. So, yeah, it's all calmed down a lot here, and I think everyone's keen to get the start going.
So Paul Kayardi's didn't have a great day yesterday, but he certainly had the bit between his teeth. So Paul Kayardi's a Star World Champion, Volvo Ocean Race winner, or was actually the race at that time, and he won the Louis Vuitton Cup in El Muro de Valencia in 92 in San Diego, and he's 8 times Star Silver event winner. So Paul Kayard, one of the absolute icons of star sailing, and he treats this place a little bit like home. He's done an awful lot of sailing out here in Nassau. Shirley, they're hanging back from the line a wee bit more than the first 2 starts.
Yes, and there's sort of a bigger bunch. We're at the committee boat end here, and there's a sort of bigger bunch here. At least you can kind of see better where the line is, and it's easier to judge. And it all looks a lot calmer. They're currently all sort of 3 or 4 boat lengths back. So hopefully we'll get a race.
Well, here we go. A race 5 of the Star Sailors League Championships, day 3. And we're coming up to the first start of the day. And yes, there is boats are further behind. This is looking good for a good clean start of race 5.
All clear.
Lovely start. 3-4 up from the left-hand side.
So down at the pin end, there was a boat nicely advanced down there, and I'm just trying to, we'll go to virtual to see who we think is, Kuznerovic got a beautiful start. Medenblatt loves that port end as well, down towards that leeward end. So we'll just go on board with Mateusz Kuznerovic. No, we didn't get him. So it's Bruni, Francesco Bruni, bow forward, nicely bow forward. Now we just cut to the boat. So Zomba Beresh, boat number 16, they look comfortable. They've got a good clear lane as they now power up, going off the line. Shirley, what did you think of that start? Certainly it was a wee bit more conservative, but quite a good push off that leeward end.
Yeah, a lot more conservative with a bit of a dip in the middle. We hadn't seen that at all before. So yeah, a lot safer by everyone. Some guys getting pushed out of that pin end. The Polish pairing, Mateusz Kuznerovic, they couldn't get in at all. So, you know, it was pretty hectic down there. A lot of the guys pushing left. I mean, it's been slow to tack over. So we'll see how they fare.
So, Mark, Zomba Beresh, look, bow forward and pretty comfortable down to leeward there.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, Bruni really did a fantastic start off the left-hand side of the line. It's just a shame that the right-hand side of the line is favoured now. There's probably a little shift coming off, so he really can't make the most of that great start. Personally, I thought he was looking over, but, you know, he absolutely nailed it to get a great start out there. But now, Beresh is looking lovely.
Yeah.
Here with Melody.
Yeah, so right now the animation is Beresh, Stepanovic, Rohart, Fantella, but it's very early on. Let's go back and have a look at this clean start. It was the third attempt here on the third day. So coming up to the line, that traditional bow in the line and down to leeward. Certainly one boat bow forward, but looks like the wind might have moved a wee bit soon after the start, mate.
So off that all-clear start, this group, this gaggle of boats here on the right-hand side really did benefit from a nice right-hand shift. And the boats look wound up on right at the moment.
So there's certainly plenty of breeze. We can see the mainsail's just backwinding a little bit. We look for the stability. How big a deal, Mark, is stability of mainsail when you're at the top of the range?
Well, you get to a point where, I mean, to actually be a good star sailor, you've got to learn how to feather and get rid of the power. You know, it doesn't have to be very light before you have to start getting rid of the power. At the moment, they're driving off the backs of the mainsails. It's really important that you don't let the jib give you any backwind, so you've got to get that slot, that draft going really nicely. And you can see many of the sailors here with a hand on the runner, just bending that mast, opening the leech, letting the sail breathe. And as soon as you think the boat can take it, ease the runner and let the boat come up. But of course today we've got waves, so you've got to then match that with hitting the waves and being nice and steady through the course.
Zomba Beresh, he is the current Finn Gold Cup World Champion, 2018. He certainly looks like a Finn sailor sailing the starboat. We're just on board with Zomba. Just have a look here. Mark, what are you seeing?
Well,
I mean, it's full icon, isn't it?
Left of screen, you can see how often, you can see every time he's tugging on the runner there. It's literally constant. A little bit on the check stay. Think of the check stay as checking the middle of the mast. There he goes. And just constantly changing the foil of the mast, which makes a huge difference. When you first sail a star, if you're lucky enough to ever sail a star, you'll be blown away how soft the rig is. It's not much bigger than a wrist of your arm.
So boat 16, Zomba Beresh, currently is bow forward. The boats around him. To leeward it is Tonchi Stepanovic, and to leeward of him it is Xavier Rohart, but they have marched away from the group to leeward of them, and you can see that ability to press and move forward, and it's the middle of the bunch that have moved forward, able to accelerate. Shirley, it really looks like a bit of a drag track to that left-hand corner at the moment. There's a few that have bailed away, but the leading of the pack, the leaders, have just continued on starboard.
Oh, Peter, I'm not sure it's so clear-cut. I mean, I'm just beside Paul Caird and Kuznerovic heading out. They sort of went halfway to the left and they came back. So we'll see if it's a complete left-hand track. But, you know, they look all right in the middle too.
So Shirley is over with the left-hand group, or looking up the track, the right-hand. So there's Paul Caird, fully strapped out, Star World Champion, Louis Vuitton Cup winner in 92 on Il Moro di Venezia. Mark, it looks like the seaway on port is a little bit more bumpy.
Yeah, quite possibly. Certainly coming round the corner of Rose Island. And you certainly you find that a lot. You have to rig slightly differently and tune your sails slightly differently on each tack. We're now going to get an opportunity to see him on starboard as he just gets the boat settled, just powers up, crossing the fleet below. A little duck there from hull number 15.
Ruggiero Tita.
And a little tight tack. So now Paul will put the helm down and drive up to make sure he keeps that lane. Not a great tack from the Brazilian beneath him. See Paul just putting the bow down a little bit, just squeezing up, and now he'll just glide up to hold that gauge to make sure he doesn't get the lee bow.
It's all about Shirley just finding a lane. It's so important, isn't it? And Caird there, pretty keen to get out of this, looking up the right-hand corner.
You got to have a lane. I mean, particularly if you're fast, you got to get free and you got to get going. And you know, it's bumpy as well, so you need a little bit of freedom to steer around the waves. And Caird's done a good job, though. To me, he looks, you know, he looks all right. He's in fresh air and he's holding his lane pretty well. But the guys on the left, I'm not sure what the tracker's saying, but to me, they're just starting to peak out ahead.
Well, the tracker is agreeing with you, Shirley. So right now that top group is Beresh, Rohart, Malaby, Scheidt, Stepanovic. And first time we've talked about Sudoku.
It may also well be that further inland there, that the sea state could be a little bit, doesn't look at it there, but there might be a difference in sea state across the course. Taking some big waves there.
So from that angle, Xavier Rohart has moved forward on Beresh. Beresh, once the sea state waves got a bit bigger, maybe just Rohart as a really experienced star sailor changed gears a little bit better, but
just finding it a little harder to hold his lane there, and it'd be interesting to see. Oh, there we go, Rohart tacking over. He'll be on port. Looks like a duck to me.
So that is the first tack for Rohart. He came off the line, starboard, it's gone all the way across. And Beresh tacked to leeward of. So that could mean that Rohart, and the animation is showing that, is seen to be, 9 metres ahead, bow forward of Beresh. So surely that the boats over on the left now are starting to come back. Are you seeing them? You're over on the right-hand side with that group with Paul Caird.
Yeah, Peter, they look strong. I mean, I can't quite see who they are from here, but they're definitely peaking ahead, and they look... Maybe they've got a little bit more wind also out there, slightly flatter water, slightly sheltered by that long, thin island, Rose Island. I'm not sure, but they're getting some sort of relief over on the left-hand side.
So, Jorge Diaz here, who was the Star World Champion in 2016. He had a race win yesterday, and like all these great sailors, if they get a fair lane mark and they get clean, they can move away. But Augie, he looks to be going pretty well on this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have phases of you get the boat and it just seems to dance, so it seems to skip through the waves. And then you hit a wave, you come out of phase, and you've got to sort of ease everything out again and start again. You know, really, you have these sweet spots, and it just, all of a sudden, you make 2 or 3 boat lengths around you, and you don't really know what's happened.
You know what I'm seeing here is this left-hand corner is getting stronger and stronger, and I think once they get up under Rose Island, there's a bit of a persistent wind into the top mark. But when we look along that advantage line there, the boats that are leading the pack, Rohard, Varesh, Stebanovic, Shaduko, Malaby, Shite, they're all stacked up in that corner. It is a bit of a
I agree. Going back a few minutes when Rohart was underneath Baresh, you know, that he put his bow down. Maybe he saw a header coming. That's what you do, is you push your bow down. He moved forward. We saw that in the shot. And then when they tacked across, then the French inside could really make more of that left-hand shift. And that's what we're seeing in these pictures now. So maybe I'm thinking we have got a little left-hand shift at the top of the course. Whether that's geographic or whether it's rotational, cyclical to the wind, we will find out as today goes on.
So Tonchi, Stefanovic, silver medalist in Rio. He's down in boat 16. Oh, that's Zomba Baresh, sorry. And he, of course, he's the current Finn Gold Cup world champion. Certainly having a good day. So top 3, it is Rohart, Baresh, Stepanovic, but it is Xavier Rohart that is just relishing in these conditions. Talking to him this morning, he thought they were a little bit off the pace yesterday, but they're right on it today.
Well, very different conditions, and you know he's got a setup that's favouring these waves. It's quite a confused sea, I think. It's reasonably shallow water. It's not too deep, so therefore the conditions, you get these little sharp waves that absolutely stop you dead. And again, you just have to ease things out. All of these skippers of working the runners and the main sheet. He's feeling good, bit of main sheet coming on. Good hike. Really impressive how these skippers are really hiking hard.
So Zomba Baresh is the first Gold Cup winner in the Finn class from Hungary. Relishing in these conditions. Got a beautiful start, got bow forward. And he is currently in 2nd position. And they 2-tacked at the moment for these leading boats. It's a 2-tack beat mark. They've only tacked once.
Certainly yesterday we didn't really see that tacking hurt you much, but today you will lose maybe half a length compared to boats that are tacking.
So the boats that are far left, they've done 1 tack. A few of them have overlaid, but it's so beneficial up in that left-hand corner, the slight overlay, it doesn't really matter.
Well, as long as it doesn't keep on lifting, and I think we did see a geographical shift up on that left-hand side. Tracks will go down, main will go out, check stay a little bit on, and really start putting the bow down. And we might even see some more gains here. Might see that 19-20 metre advantage start to open out now. And of course the boats behind you fall in line, and they're just trying to maintain a little bit of clear air.
So in the lead, it is Xavier Rohart, boat 13. To me, boat speed. He's been quick. He actually had to roll over the top or come out from underneath Baresh. And then the 1 tack that they've done, Baresh was tacked to leeward, and Xavier Rohart is on a roll. Big guy, Finn sailor, of course, bronze medalist. 2-time star world champion. Relishing, absolutely relishing these conditions as they head up the first leg, race 5.
And you just never can be heavy enough right now. You look at the crew, arms out, heads out, really reaching out. And lifting themselves up over the waves as the boat moves, really working the kinetics. I see sheets are easing.
So Shirley, approaching the top mark, it was that left-hand group in the end that came out strong.
Yeah, I mean, we're actually very close to Rose Island, much closer than I thought we were looking at the bottom. And I definitely think just towards the final third of that beat that they were getting, you know, a little bit more left. It's also slightly flatter, which helps you going upwind. And the combination of the both gave them a massive advantage. It'll be interesting to see where they go on the run and what they do. But yeah, pretty impressive first leg.
So at Mark 1, it is Xavier Rohart followed by Zomba Baresh. And they came out of that left-hand corner. Then we'll see who comes up next. So second, Fingold Cup 2018, Stepanovic will be next around in 16. So that was Baresh coming round the mark. The boats are more spread out than yesterday, Mark.
Well, absolutely. These conditions, especially with that left-hand wind, just spread them out a bit more.
So the body of the fleet coming up towards the mark as we look at virtual, and we can see boat 8 coming round, and that is Diego Negri. Kevin Pepinay is up there in the hunt, and Hamish Pepper, after having to do a rig change, broke his mast yesterday. He's in there.
There's KR just coming down.
We're hearing that George Zarif might not have been able to get round the mark, might have missed it all completely. I'm not picking that up from the animation, but as we look at more boats coming round, Ruggieri Tita, 14, George Zarif. Speculation that he might have had a top mark incident. Around the offset mark and down onto leg 2. This is the first race of the day. Race 5 of the Star Sailors League here in Nassau. That leading group have extended away. They've got away from the gaggle, but the ever consistent. Look at that, Robert Scheid, third. Didn't talk about him the whole one of the beat. We go around the mark, he's there.
Well, he came out sort of. He went to the left, but just underneath that leading pack. It's interesting. Most boats now just happy to just go around the mark and straight set, and a few boats at the back needing to do something different to throw in a jibe.
Bit of surfing going on now as we look at Xavier Rohart. It's real downwind conditions, Shirley.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? I love downwind sailing in waves. I mean, it's so lovely just to get a wave and keep a wave. And you know, as we've been saying the last few days, the power you have in a Star and that mainsail is massive. Get the timing right and get the pump of that massive, you know, powerful sail, and you know, you can surf for ages. It's quite something to surf a boat that weighs so much.
We're on board with Zomba Beric as they go into their jibe. Jibe comes through. Runner comes on the new windward side. Now Zomba Beric, given he's a fin sailor, should be good downwind. He's a big, strong guy. But getting that timing right, getting the momentum right is such a big deal.
Absolutely, just getting the boat settled now, getting everything in the right place. Now he takes the main from the boom. And look at that aggression on his hand, on his face. You can even see he said the words pump, pump. They're just resetting the angle of the jib on that jib sheet, bottom of screen. And now they're into the rhythm, constantly changing. What's that? Probably a little bit of rig forward on the console, helping out. Easing. Not quite in the rhythm yet. Just struggling with the boat a little.
Just getting the boat.
And here we go. Now we should start to see a little bit more of a rhythm. It's was much, much harder, much bigger loads from yesterday.
So Zomba Beric, he was runner-up in the Finn Europeans, but then backed that up with a phenomenal win at the World Championships. First Hungarian to have won the Finn Gold Cup. And relishing the opportunity to be here at the Star Sailors League finals. And relishing the opportunity in these conditions. He's only 6 metres behind on the animation from Xavier Rohart. Another Finn sailor, of course, a bronze medalist at the Olympics. So it's all on, Shirley, with the Finn sailors at the front of the pack.
I mean, Xavier's done brilliantly as well. I'm just watching him extend all the time. I know he was frustrated yesterday as well, but today, goodness, he's really showing his pedigree.
Well, Xavier Rohart definitely jibed a lot earlier, so he's got a little bit more starboard to go compared to Beric.
Talking about more Finn sailors, 2017 Finn Gold Cup winner, Max Salminen. And they were a little bit frustrated yesterday, talking to them about, he's Olympic champion, of course, that they were starting poorly. But right now, Max Salminen, where is he in the scoreboard? And they are a little bit deep down there. I can't count all that. Looks like about 15th. So both Salminen and Tillander, of course, ex-crew with Freddie Loof. I think that might be Loof just to windward of them. So it's a bit of a Swedish show there, Mark. But Max Salminen, Olympic champion.
You can see there when you get it right, you can get a lot lower. Just being able to take a few waves further down. Of course, you trade a little bit of speed for a bit of depth. You can see there on virtual the distance difference in angles. And you've got to heat it back up.
Shirley, just conditions-wise, certainly from our drone shot, it looked like it had just softened off a little bit. Xavier Rohart, bronze Olympic medalist. Frustrated yesterday, he just felt they were a little bit out of sync and they didn't have the tuning right. But often, isn't it, you get to the case where you might be uncomfortable on a given day, a condition change. You might not change anything with the boat, but you just feel more at home. He got a very nice start, and being a 2-time Star World Champion, he's really found his sweet spot today, Mark.
And of course, in 12th position overall in the standings after 4 races, this is going to help him move away from that 10-boat cut-off going into the finals. So he's worked really hard to make this stick.
Then, just to leeward of him is Zomba Beric. Still in touch, looking up to windward of him. We've got Robert Scheid, and this is George Zarif. And George Zarif, again, another one of these Finn sailors, just loving these conditions. He was the 2018 Star World Champion. Brazil are really strong in the star class at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, they always have been, with the Grail family coming out with their star pedigree. And these now we're into a bit of wave action. They love their waves. They've got some great waves on their coasts. It may be, we talked about how choppy the conditions are, whether there's the waves are more established further out to the right of the course. As you can see, the crew going forward, just pushing that bow down, getting it down the face, just like a surfer, pushing it down on the wave.
Well,
but there may well be more wave action out to the right on the course. So flatter on the inside near Rose Island, further out. So if you're going to go down the run, you want to go down in the waves out to sea on the right, looking upwind.
So the 2018 Star World Champion, he's been a Finn World Champion as well. He's a little bit deep in 19th position, but the way he just picked up a few waves there, he will be making some Nice little gains. He's in that group. There's quite a big group of them. And Lars Grail is around him, Tepley's around him, Salmon, and there's that very strong group of George Zarif. He looks to have, for my eye, good technique in these bigger waves, Mark.
It's tricky because I think that the condition is that the wind is coming up and down. There's times with the boats looking quite good pressure, and then they seem to be really searching for power, and top that up with these waves that don't seem to be too set. They're still quite confused. This is tricky sailing, and you can see from the amount of variation that the crews have to be. 1 minute sat down, next minute moved forward, next minute stood up. Really, really working the boats. Just on the back of the wave here, you'll see the bow go down there.
Isn't it testament, to the quality of the field? So right now, Zarif is back down in 19th position, and he's the world champion. He's the benchmark, and it just shows how deep this field are.
So here comes Leeward Mark grounding pole coming off.
So heading down to the bottom mark gate, it is Xavier Rohart, the French sailor, as he comes around. Xavier Rohart leads at Mark 2. Shooting up on the wind, back into the straps as the rest of the fleet comes in. So you can see the bottom mark gate. So that's Robert Scheidt on the right, Barish on the left, taking opposite options. Zombar Barish, the current Fingold Cup champion 2018. Xavier Rohart got away a wee bit there, Mark.
Absolutely, and it doesn't surprise me they like this left-hand mark looking upwind, because the leaders came out of the left at the top, so it's a drag race to this left-hand corner. And of course, quite a big manoeuvre on that leeward mark, coming down in with the jibe, jib pole off, jib down the forestay, main over, runners on, jib on, hike out, all the lot. So plenty on for these star crews.
So we have completed 2 legs of 4. This is the bottom mark gate, and the leaders are around. Now the body of the fleet are coming in. You can see Bruni Giulianaro, the young Italian 17-year-old, as Mateo Kuznetovic from Poland comes in. He will be a little bit disappointed to be as deep as he is. He's down, probably in the mid-20s. As the boats now harden up on the wind, going upwind for the second time.
It wouldn't surprise me to see some of the boats out of the right-hand fleet that took the right-hand mark looking upwind, really making an effort to get over to the left and not dragging all the way out to the right.
Shirley boats are through the bottom mark gate, looking up the course. Does it look any different? The last time it was really strong on the left. What are you reading now? I think we might be just having a little bit of audio difficulty there, Mark, with our double Olympic gold medalist and commentator.
I see on virtual that I was talking about getting out of the right-hand side. Fantella goes across, Strapovinic goes across. Looking at these, Orgi Diaz has just tagged. A lot of the boats going out around that right-hand mark are making a big effort to get over to the left.
Yeah, what's interesting there is Robert Scheidt looks like he might have just moved up a place. We can see there on the 2D that we're showing Rohart, Scheidt, Barish, Stepanovic, Malaby, Negri. So, as you always expect, look at the 5-time Olympic medalist Robert Scheidt. Where is he at the first mark and where is he at the end? Often is he's moved up the ladder. You can see Hamish Pepper, who had to do, of course, they broke their mast overnight. Hamish Pepper, ex-Emirates Team New Zealand.
And of course, when you break a mast, it's not just the mast. You rip the bolt rope off the main, so you lose a main, and you lose all your settings. That was the thing that he was most upset about. He said that they really got going quite well and he lost all the settings, so a complete retune.
So, Evind Malaby won the Star Worlds last year. This field is just so stacked with world champions and Olympians, fourth at the Olympics, and last time the Star class were used at the Olympic Games, so that is on the resume along with that World Championship last year. So, Evind Malaby. So Shirley, you're back with us. I hope you're okay out there, but left hand, what are you thinking now? Look at this second windward beat. How does the picture look?
Wow. I've had a bit of an upgrade, Peter. I'm on the filming catamaran with the big giant lens, the Cineflex, and it's got an upstairs, so I've got a great high view of what's going on. It's fabulous. I mean, it's been interesting. They haven't just banged that left-hand corner, have they? And there's been a bit of tacking on the oscillations. I wonder if it's just sort of you've got to be left at the very end when you start to get into the effect of Rose Island. To me, it just looks like it's slightly fatter water, and I think there's a little shift coming from, affected by that island. It's a really long island. It's probably 5 or 6 miles long, very, very thin, and it's causing the wind to bend. But initially, they didn't seem like you had to just press out to the corner necessarily. A few of them have been tacking, but certainly by the time you get 2/3 of the way up, you want to be on the left, taking advantage of the effects from the island.
So what is it, Shirley? Is it a bit of a persistent shift up at that island, or in fact is it just the flat water, but it's really pronounced at the top third of the beat up towards Rose Island?
I think it's probably a little bit of both. I definitely think there was a shift. They just looked... There's a gap between the islands, which they're currently in now, but in another 300 metres they start to be at the bottom of Rose Island. And I remember last time just seeing, the bows were up on those left-hand boats. Definitely there is a shift on the island, but also, as you say, it's much flatter water. We're out on the right-hand side of the course, and in proper ocean. It's really wavy out here, and when you get to the top mark, which are very much in the lee, it's a lot flatter. And Mark can talk about that. The difference that a seaway can make, in a small keelboat like this.
Well, you sound a lot more comfortable, Mark. Shirley sounds a lot more happy on the big camera boat now. I can imagine she was on a small rib before. Are you happier now, Shirley, on the camera boat, the big one? You sound more content.
Oh, Peter, it's like turning left on the aeroplane. I've been on the back row for a while.
Well done. Hey, thank you.
Just getting the champagne out. No.
Thank you. And, I'm glad now you're comfortable. So we look at Robert Scheidt. He's a 5-time Olympic medalist, amazing track record. And, man, he's doing the business. So Robert Scheidt, full hike as they head upwind for the second time. But in the lead, it is Xavier Rohart. Who else are you fancying there? I mean, second time up, the fatigue starts to take a hold a little bit, Mark?
Not so much first race of the day. These guys are pretty damn fit. So, I think just to sort of sum up so far, I think that the bottom of the course, it's pretty even across as far as waves. They're looking at tacking on the oscillations, just taking it easy, but with the view to getting left if they can. You saw that effort to get around that leeward left mark and effort to get up that left-hand side. And then once they're moving up to that top third of the beat, they might start getting a little bit of wave relief on the left, and then possibly a slight wind bend off Rose Island coming out of the left. And then, of course, downwind, we saw that the boats on the right of the fleet looking upwind certainly got a little bit more of a shove from those waves. So from a coaching point of view, if I was starting to write my tuning notes, my venue guide, maybe, and it's difficult to tell from here, maybe that's how this race course is panning out.
So we've got about 850 metres to go to the Mark IV. Not a change at the top. It's Rohart, Scheidt, Stevanovic, Negri, Beresh. Stevanovic now on third. Coming back, he's coming across on port. Shirley, we're in this zone now of this top third of the course where on the first one would beat it really paid to come in on port from the left. How's it looking this time?
I mean, I think sort of similar. They're just starting, perhaps, to get a little left-hand effect. And Xavier, he's pointing, pretty high. He has let boats get to the inside of him. I wonder if, I wonder if that's a risk. But he is a long way ahead. But I think that the effect from Rose Island is going to increase, I think, as they get towards the top mark. They've probably got another 5 or 6 minutes to go in this leg.
Xavier Rohard, bronze medalist in the Finn class, 2 times star world champion. To me, Mark, power personified in this one. He started in the right zone on the line. He rolled the boats around him to get up there, especially Barish. And downwind he was free. He really, this has been a top shelf performance so far.
No, absolutely, and I think certainly in these conditions, if you can find a little speed edge, if your technique matches these conditions, then undoubtedly he's going fast. And I'm sure when we see some statistics at the end, we'll see that he's really moving through the water well. And of course, if there is a little bit of shift, not that we've seen him tacking much, he basically one-tacked the first beat. He's got to be going well. He's got to be feeling very, very comfortable with his boat speed.
Zomba Barish right now showing to be in third position. And he is trailing Robert Scheidt by, what's that, just on 18, 19 metres? 21 metres. It comes and it goes a little bit with the animation. But Barish is hanging in there. He's doing a good job of staying in touch, but out in the lead it is boat 13, Xavier Rohard, Olympic bronze medalist, star world champion. And it was funny, that he was quite disappointed this morning, yesterday, in the performance of his boat, of himself. He didn't feel as though the boat felt very nice, but wow, he's coming out blazing it in this first race on the third day, so it's race 5.
He's probably pretty happy that the conditions are very different. If he didn't feel settled in those flat water, tricky conditions, he's really now... I mean, basically, talking to some of the guys waiting to launch the boats this morning, they were just really relishing to get out into the bay and really, really get their teeth stuck into this slightly more aggressive, more physical, more powerful sailing. Really lovely tack there on board. Moving his weight forward, main comes on. You'll see any second now. Arms will go behind his head on the crew. Really, really sheeting almost block to block on the jib. And there we go. They're set like a train, like a freight train on those rails, on those tracks. Off they go.
We talk a lot about Xavier, but let's not forget Pierre Alexis Ponsot, his crew, the engine room of the boat, having to do all the physical to keep the boat riding moment high, stacking hard, and arms above the head. And Xavier Rohard is just urging his crew on to give him more power. Give me more power. I need more pace. But coming up towards the port hand lay line, it is Xavier Rohard. Then we go back to Robert Scheidt, 5 times Olympic medalist. Zomba Barish, Diego Negri, Stepanovic. David Malaby makes up the top 6.
So Robert's been doing a really nice job of just staying in phase with the fleet around him. He's had the ability to just lose cover around. He's just been watching him slowly behind the leader.
So Shirley, right now we've got the leader out over 100 metres, and Robert Scheidt is back. Do you think Scheidt now is more just looking after business of boats around him, Barish and Negri?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just going to let Rohart go. I mean, what a display today. I saw him this morning actually properly fired up. I mean, he knew it was his conditions, and as Mark was saying, a lot of them were absolutely relishing to go out. But it's pretty impressive, particularly upwind. It'd be interesting to know just how much he's gained on this upwind leg. But to me, he's put some distance between him and the rest of the fleet. Robert Scheidt, 5 times Olympic medalist, and you can see why. He's always there, isn't he? You kind of never quite know how, but he is always where he needs to be in the front few, and that's impressive as well. Whatever the wind brings, whatever the conditions, whatever the sea states, he manages to pull out a good result. It's pretty impressive. I mean, he's leading now his bunch, he's controlling his bunch, and I think they can't do anything about Rohart. He's off on his lap of glory, I think.
Well, lap of glory it is, and Xavier Rohart, we can see now that as he approaches the top mark, so it's mark 4 for the final time, and he has certainly controlled the game. A masterful display on the 2 windward beats by Xavier Rohart. He's extended, he's gained up the 2nd windward beat to lead at mark 4. He's out by over 100 metres. Next we'll have coming in, it'll be Robert Scheidt as we come down. Xavier Rohart going across to the offset mark. And then he will square up or jibe. I would figure he'd square up and then head down towards the finish as the 2nd boat comes into the top mark. Zumba Baresh, Finn Gold Cup winner this year. As he's on his final approach, he's getting set up. We can see the main sheet being eased. So Zomba Baresh from Hungary heading into the top mark. Who's it going to be at mark 2? It should, our animation is saying it'll be close. He kept ahead of Scheidt. So a top job by Zomba Baresh to come around in 2nd place, followed by Robert Scheidt. So Robert Scheidt, 5 times Olympic medalist. Full pump on as they go across the offset mark. That was pretty sharp there by Baresh. I thought Scheidt had him tucked away, but there was a little bit in it at the top mark coming from the right-hand side mark.
Absolutely, he just got in there and really sharp work to get inside, complete the tack, get round and shoot round the mark. But this is really fantastic crew work on board with Robert Scheidt here. He's got a really nice chunk down to leeward, so he's really pushing the boat down to leeward all the time. And as we've said, there's possibly more breezes, more wave off to the left. So the last thing he wanted to do was to get pinned in. So he has the ability to jibe away anytime he likes.
Next is Diego. We're looking at Diego Negri. He is down in about 8th. Fritjof Clean, his crew.
One of the observations there, Mark Mendenblack and Brian Fette from yesterday being the most consistent. Not right up there, but still a counter.
And that's what it's all about. Let's not lose track. I mean, we talk about the guys winning the race. Come Friday night, tomorrow night, it's all about that 10th position. You want to be 10th or better, and you come back to play on Saturday in the finals.
Now, just looking at virtual here, those 3 boats down to the left-hand side, it'd be really interesting to see those boats going out and jibed early, how they do in the better surfing conditions out to the left, looking downwind.
Shirley, we talked about the front of the pack, Robert Scheidt and Rohart leading from Scheidt from Baresh. But there's been a little bit of movement further back. I see Negri and Pepper and Shaduko have moved up through the field.
And actually probably made some changes to the setup, and and obviously the fleet spreads out a bit as well, so they get a bit more fresh air. But they've certainly, the big names, managed to move through the fleet. I was just having a good look out for some of our VIPs, our our guests here to see how they were doing, because particularly difficult conditions, I think, if you're not used to this boat or if you're not big enough. Rogero Tito, he was, second last round that top mark. He's used to flying above the water, not having to worry too much about, working his way through the waves, and obviously very light. But saying that, he's staying in contention. He's not too far back. But the sailor that was really impressing me, the VIP sailor, was Pavlos Kontidis. I think he went round sort of 10th, 11th, 12th, that sort of area. Very much in the game, looking like he was relishing the conditions. And, I think the laser sailors do well. Obviously, double world champion this year in Aarhus. And they know what to do. They know how to surf downwind. They know how to compass sail. They know it just feels familiar. It feels right. And got a great crew with him as well. He's doing well today. He's properly impressing. Not just me, I think, but everyone out here.
Certainly, we look at the VIP guests. So important, Kontidis and Koi. I'm sure after today, Mark, their arms will have grown a little bit longer, some of those new guys into the class.
Absolutely. These are tricky conditions. Just watching Robert Scheidt now, absolute master at these downwind conditions. Just something to watch for, not necessarily now, but just keeping an eye on that little split pack that jibed at the top mark, who went out. People like Melaby, Salman, Joshua Revkin. I think that they decided they had better surfing conditions towards the left-hand side of the course looking downwind, and let's just see if they can make gains there on the scoreboard. I might be wrong, but I know that's why they went out that way. And also not many lanes left going right.
So at the Mark 5, coming around the mark, Barish was ahead of Scheidt, but it looks like Robert Scheidt jibed, as he often likes to do, on the inside of Barish, and has managed to, at the moment, go over the top to regain that second position. So Zomba Barish, the Finn Gold Cup winner this year, runner-up at the Europeans, in boat 16. It's all about technique, timing, coordination with the crew. Zomba Barish and Michael Meyer is his crew. They work their way down to the finish. This is the final leg, of course, of the first race, so race 5. After this one, we're coming up to halfway through the first stage of the regatta. We look there, it's a massive... Shirley, Xavier Rohart is cleared out. He's gone.
He's making it look too easy, Peter. Yeah, he's in great shape and very impressive. I mean, most of that distance was taken, upwind and then consolidated downwind. He's on fire today. He's loving this. We are on the right-hand side of the course looking upwind, and as Mark said, some of the guys, came out here for fresh waves and fresh wind, and actually I think they're doing quite well. We're not far from the Norwegian Elvin Melaby, and to me he's going great out here. So I think he'll do well, and he'll take a few boats out on this side. It's it's fresh air, it's fresh waves. You can go exactly where you want to go. You can really get into your rhythm. You're not worrying about who's blanketing you from behind. He's looking good, so keep an eye on that.
Well, Shirley, right now on virtual, and all can change at an eye, but he's moved up to 5th at the moment on our graphics. So it all compresses at the bottom, but certainly if you think he's doing well, virtual agrees with that.
Certainly, as we look here at Melaby and Revkin pushing forward, they jibed quite early on from the spreader mark. It's about getting in rhythm, getting in phase with the the waves. So Shirley, in terms of the wave set, I mean, it just looks superb, but this long port jibe down towards the bottom, are the waves being complementary? And by that I mean, are the waves coming at a really sweet angle for the boats to plane? Because, that makes it easier for the helmsman and the crew to really optimise their speed.
Well, I'm not sure they're helping our filming catamaran much, but I think, yeah, they're coming from a long way away, Peter. They're pretty established, and particularly out here on the right-hand side, they're really fresh and good and established, and the guys have got great rhythm. It's harder when you're in the pack because obviously, Stars are a big deep boat as well, and they mess up the sea and make it a little bit more challenging. But it's really peachy out here. I can't tell you how lovely it is.
It's really peachy. Doesn't that... I'm envious, Mark.
I would love to be out there right now.
Exactly.
And of course that disturbed water that Shirley was just talking about, that's really horrible to come chop back up through after you come round a leeward mark, which is, it'll certainly go into the computer in their minds, when they choose to come back up through the fleet. But just really keep watching that, the group on the right-hand screen there, Ivan Melleby and Josh Revkin, see how they're doing. It's all about the compression as it all comes into the leeward mark and to the finish here.
Not far to go now. We're on the final leg, race 5, down towards the finish, and it has been the bronze Olympic medalist Xavier Rohart, who once he got on the lead, he has just extended. Two-time star world champion, and these conditions, watch out. And today it's a long day and they've got a lot on, and given this performance in the first race of the day, Xavier Rohart will be just rubbing his hands together for the rest of the racing here this afternoon. So the animation, the game is really on behind Rohart. I mean, he can really just dawdle this one into the finish. So Robert Scheidt and Zomba Beresh, where are they going to end up? The third day of the Star Sailors League Championships here in the Bahamas. It's race 5, first race of the day, and it is Xavier Rohart who's coming down towards the finish. A masterful display by the Frenchman. Arms are aloft, and that's a very well-deserved win. Is there going to be any sort of pat on the back, any emotion from Xavier Rohart?
First race, that's a smile.
Here we go.
There we go.
That's right. Man hug.
Very pleased with that, and of course huge confidence to go into the next race.
So we just wait now for the second place. Already over 30 seconds in the lead, the race leader. Next, it's going to be Robert Scheidt, who continues his form. Certainly he will extend his lead overall in the regatta. We'll see that in the points. So Robert Scheidt coming down towards the finish. Very steady race. He didn't shine on the first Windward Beat, but he's so consistent and able to move through the fleet. Robert Scheidt comes over the line in race 5 for a second place. Zomba Beresh coming down, and he's now over the line, and that's his best race so far of the series. The current Fingold Cup champion, George Zarif, over the line. Ivan Melleby, Stabanovic, as they come down. Stabanovic, Negri, the leaderboard, that's very close between Negri and Stabanovic. Again, crucial, this top 10 cut-off point tomorrow night. So all these sailors will be happy. This is a keeper for them, Mark.
Absolutely, these are all good results, all good results.
Francesco Bruni, Hamish Pepper, after his disappointment last night of breaking a mast. So that was a complete re-rig for Steve Mitchell and Hamish Pepper. They'll be happy to be up in the top 10.
The boat I backed coming on that right-hand side looking upwind was Ivan Melleby. Did well to finish in, what was that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Rounded the top mark in about 14th he did.
And there comes Freddie Luth through the finish, boat 4. Freddie Luth will be a bit disappointed in that performance as we look at boat 22 coming through, and that's George Szabo. And Paul Kayard comes through. Paul will be a bit disappointed. We were talking about him early on. He's a little bit deep. And Kevin Pepinay, the current 470 world champion, comes over the line. Augie Diaz, and something must have happened to Lars Grail. We haven't seen him the whole race, but
he was sort of mid-fleet.
Yeah, but he's fallen off the back of the fleet. I wonder what has gone on from our race winner yesterday.
Maybe a turn that he had to do.
Could have been something that has gone on. I'm sure the media team will pick up on that later in the day. So that brings to end race 5 in absolutely idyllic conditions. Look at the provisional, of course, results. So it's Rohart, Scheidt, Barej make up the top 3. Zarif, Melleby, Stepanovic up to 6. Negri, Pepper, Bruni and Contides make up that crucial top 10. Good race by Sciuduco and Salmon and Gallinaro, the young 17-year-old Italian laser sailor. Mark Medenblack a little bit back along with Freddie Luth, George Szabo. Kuznirovic, the disappointing race for them at 17. Ventella, Paul Kayard hasn't found the right recipe quite yet. Kevin Pepinay, Augie Diaz, Tita, Lars Grail and Tepley make up the remainder of the field. So Mark, it's intriguing. Let's have a little look. I'm looking forward to having a look at the stats. No surprise, the distance sailed.
Yeah. Hardly any tacks on that first beat. Just 2 tacks around the top mark. Robert Scheidt having to work a little bit more to defend that for chasing pack. And average speed.
Well, and it just compounds on itself, doesn't it? You know, and that tells the story really why Rohart, Scheidt, and Barej made up that top group. And VMG.
Well, if you're not, you can sail your own distance. If you're out in front, you can go lower on the marks, get lower.
Well, and of course, you know, when you've sailed faster and sailed less distance, your VMG, you know, it's not rocket science, is it?
One follows the other.
Exactly. So overall, let's have a look at overalls. Robert Scheidt, of course, moved away a little bit with another second. Very consistent there, other than that drop of 17 yesterday. Mendelblatt still in second position, although there's been a bit of compression. Negri, Diaz, Melleby, Zarif, Kuznirovic, Rohart, Luth, Bruni make up that crucial top 10. Then below the line, we've got very close, only 2 points in it, is Grail, Barej. He's moved up because of that good performance. Stepanovic, George Szabo, Contides, and Kayard in at 16. And Hamish, Pepper after that DNF yesterday.
I think we've got a broken mast.
We are just looking, we'll just finish the leaderboard. So, of course, come down with Ventella, Tita, Tepley make up that top group. And a good race by, after not competing yesterday, Sciuduco. Well, we were looking through the graphic and unfortunately a broken mast after the finish, and that's boat number 24. It's Andre Tepley. So their mast is broken. We can only really guess what's gone on, but that's really sad to see that Andre Tepley has broken his mast, and let's just hope the shore crew can get him reactivated.
Well, these guys, one thing you have in a Star, you have a quiver of new masts to go up, and they'll be looking to get back to the dock. They're just unhooking the bolt rope from the jagged aluminium there, going to get that main down and get them sorted and get in.
Yes, and look, talk about class. Andre Tepley, the 2016 Junior European Fin Champion. So there's no problem with class, and at 18 he won the Junior Fin Junior World Championships. He'll be one to watch in the Fin Gold Cup in years to come, and of course even be considered for Olympic selection for his country. No greater honour, as you were talking about, weren't you? About hand
Well,
over the heart.
I'm afraid, these masts are not much bigger than a grown-up's wrist, and it just goes. It's part and parcel of this sailing, and whether there was gear failure or it was a mistake, that is a bust mast, and unfortunately, you ruin the bolt rope on your main, so we're just trying to get that down. The sailmate can often do something to help that main live again. They're just trying to save the parts, and they want to transfer the rigging. So it's all about now just helping that get out on the water again.
So they will live to fight another day. Now, let's just have a look. A lot happened in that race. There were two general recalls, and then a nice clean start under black flag. And initially there was the middle of the pack looked quite strong, but off the line down at the leeward end looked very nice. But there was a little bit of a quirk in the wind. So this is looking at our highlights, and then up the windward beat in the middle it was Zomba, Baresh and Xavier Rohart initially were strong. It was Baresh ahead, but the power of Rohart and the physical nature of the beast meant that Rohart led at the first mark, and he really did show incredible upwind boat speed to lead at the first mark. When he came round, it was Rohart first, Baresh second, Robert Scheidt was there in third position. Downwind into the bottom mark gate, Rohart had extended, playing the left-hand game again. He took that left-hand gate option, looking up the course, and then it became, well, a loose cover is all that was required. I've got legs, slightly over top, well, 8 at the top mark, but by then out by over 100 metres. So lovely rounding, and of course we do this offset mark, and it was all Xavier Rohart, bronze medalist from the Olympics, followed by Baresh at the top mark, Robert Scheidt at the finish. Arms in the air, it was Xavier Rohart who took it out from Robert Scheidt, and Zomba Baresh make up the top three. Lovely to see a little bit of emotion. Class performance, Mark.
Absolutely, and he's got to be going fast.
Watch out, this next one. That was speed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hard to beat someone that's got a faster boat.
You'll take clean air every time, but that just unleashes your speed. It allows you to get out and extend, and you could see. I think that we've got a little bit of a handle on this race course. Just to reiterate again for those just joining us, I think it's a little bit shifty on the bottom of the course. The waves are pretty consistent from left to right, but as you get to that top of the course, maybe there's a little bit of a wind bend, but what we are seeing is it's slightly flatter conditions. So if you get up onto that left-hand corner, the boat a little bit more stable, it tracks nicer, because we're seeing that downwind. Boats that then go out to the right-hand side looking upwind are picking up those waves and making games that we saw with the Norwegian Ivan Melleby.
Well, that's the end of the first race of the day, race 5. We're on day 3 here at the Nassau Yacht Club. We will certainly, I think, get a full calendar of races today, but just stand by for race 6. It'll be intriguing. Well, welcome back. And while we're in between races, we thought we'd just have a bit of fun and a bit of enjoyment. They have a lovely little boat here that the locals sail called a sloop from the Bahamas. And previously, the Star Sailors have had the opportunity to go and sail the sloops.
24 hours before the start of the SSL finals, the sailors are in for a bit of fun. They have been invited by the local Bahamians for a race on their traditional sloops. The sloops uphold a proud tradition derived from old times: wooden hulls, cotton sails and the famous pry boards, which are shifted across the deck for maximum hiking.
It was really fun. It's much harder than it looks.
Yes, first race, we were laughing, and then we won the race, and then we said, oh, now we have to win. But after we had the problem, the boat was full of water, pump was not working, and we didn't have acceleration.
Third race looked like something.
Yeah, in fact for us the first race was the best.
Best race.
So the learning curve works better for other teams, but we were enjoying it really much, so it was perfect idea. And the guys on the boat were really nice, and they are great sailors and great people, so we really enjoyed it.
First of all, I want to go back. Next year or the other, please do it for us, because it's unbelievable. And it's good to sail with those people, yeah? The local sailors, because it's completely different. Actually, I like what we did, because Fritzko was arranging everything, with the sails and the winds. Johan was steering, I was steering on the last, and we cooperate and we learn every race. So we knew that what we have to do on the tacking. The tacking was the biggest issue, yeah? But we like it. We like it a lot.
At the beginning, everyone was laughing, and then it started to be racing.
Yeah, we're all competitive here, so we always had to win.
So what's really difficult about sailing these boats?
I think to get speed only after taking, and I think it's the most difficult thing to get speed.
It started great, was a good start, but we fucked up the first top mark rounding with a bad drive, so that could be a win, but it ended up was a disaster. But from then on, we started improving each race a little bit. Finally, Mateusz took the helm and did the best result of the whole regatta. So, yeah, we enjoyed it. Interesting boat.
It's a very nice boat, and it was very nice to sail with the people from the Bahamas. A very nice guy, and we enjoyed the boat, the people, and stay together racing this beautiful, fantastic landscape.
Yeah, quite a lot of fun. I mean, it's awesome to sail with those guys. Super cool to meet the locals, and yeah, they have a lot of fun. They just enjoy the sailing, and it was awesome to connect with those.
It's a quick learning curve, but it was pretty fun. It's easy to get stuck in irons, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's a totally different sport.
I really hope we do this next year, because that was a fun event. So I want maybe more team shirts and maybe a practice day, but that was awesome.
Well, that looked fun, Mark.
A lot of fun. I think, basically put the boats in, put those teams in anything and they're going to be competitive. You put them in go-karts and they'll be competitive. So, just wanting to beat the other teams and just loving getting to sail these local boats. I've actually saw them this morning towing out, getting ready for the regatta tomorrow.
Yeah, it was fascinating. And they got a race here tomorrow.
Yeah.
We might get a few little clips of those. Well, welcome back. If you're watching this on Facebook, we are just about ready to get into sequence for race 6, second race on day 3. And earlier we'll just go out to Shirley and get her view of how it's setting up for second race of the day.
Hello, Peter. Welcome back. It looks great. I mean, if anything, it's sort of the wind is more established. There's slightly more white horses. I mean, it still looks great sailing. I think all day today it's going to be fabulous. It was interesting. I heard you played the video of the local sloops. They were racing when we came out today. This regatta is like their Star Sailors League. It's the culmination of a whole season of racing. It's the best of the best, and they come from all the Caribbean islands. So it's a massive deal, and they really are very good sailors. The boats look fabulous, and it's a real pleasure that it's on simultaneously with us.
I must say, Mark and I were sitting here watching that piece, and it was kind of cool, wasn't it? You know, you sort of think, hey, it's a little bit clunky, but sailing, mate.
Absolutely, and you know, with massive mainsails, they've certainly got something in similar to the Stars.
Ruggiero Tita, the NACRA 17 world champion and World Cup winner. Certainly, if you want to get into this, couldn't be more different than sailing a NACRA. You know, up on foil, screaming around at 25 knots.
Well, one of the differences we're seeing between the sailors that come from fins and lasers, those people that are used to those dead downwind, those sailing by the lee angles, certainly sailors coming from boats like the 49er and the NACRA who are sailing much higher VMG apparent wind angles, it must be difficult to get their heads around these boats.
Well, and another one of the young stars, the current laser world champion, Pavlos Contides, also relishing these conditions here in the Bahamas. Shirley had a bit of a chat to him earlier today. We're not quite ready for that one there, 2018. I mean, to win consecutive medals in a laser, 17 and 18, he's Olympic silver medalist, Pavlos Contides, 2 world championships and a silver medal at the last games. And he's the first Olympic medalist from Cyprus over all sports. He is a true champion.
A couple of years, and to be invited back to the SSL final, I mean, it must be something else. It must be good news.
Yeah, it's a great feeling to be here and sail in such lovely conditions and such competitive fleet with sailing legends. A lot of names which I was growing up and looking at them, getting inspired and setting my goals high.
How hard is it to go from sailing on your own in a laser to sailing a pretty technical boat with a crew?
Yeah, of course, it's different, and first of all, you are sailing with another guy, and you should have a lot of communication, and you should synchronize with the movements, because that's what makes the boat go fast, especially in the downwind and the free pumping. I think if you are out of synchronization, the 2 guys and the boat, then I'm sure that the boat won't go fast.
All right, let's talk about your accomplishments. I mean, I was there in London 2012 when you won Cyprus's first Olympic medal. It was a sort of a complete tingling moment just watching from the outside. You know, how special was that, and you know, how big a deal was it for the nation?
Yeah, that's the defining moment of my career. I would say it will always have a special place in my heart. It was something that I dreamed from a young age. I pushed really hard towards it, and it paid off. The hard work paid off, and I managed to become the first ever Olympic medalist from my country, and that's really special. And it can be an obligation as well, but it's a nice obligation to have towards the youngsters and the nation in general.
I remember those images also from Rio of carrying the flag in front of your nation's athletes. I mean, it's going to be quite a moment.
Yeah, that was a really proud moment. It's everybody's out there. It's a dream to compete at the Olympic Games. And if you have the chance to be the flag bearer, it's a great honor, and you are fulfilled with ultimate pride.
You seem to be able to perform when it really matters. I mean, Aarhus Worlds was a tough regatta. Many of the favourites just fell by the wayside. You know, how hard is that to deliver when you have to?
Yeah, I mean that's the hardest in sport, and for that moment it's what you prepare all your life, and at the end I think it just comes down to mental toughness and how well you can keep your concentration and keep doing what you know. If you allow the nerves and the pressure to kick in and take over you, then you cannot perform at your best, and then your chances of winning are eliminated.
Last time we were here in 2017, a gold medalist from the laser class, Paul Goodison, won on the final leg by 1 second. You know, how much comfort, how much confidence does that give you that a laser sailor can beat all these star legends?
Yeah, that's proof that it's possible, and when somebody proves, then the others have faith in themselves, and when you have faith in yourself, it's much easier to perform and do well. And Paul sailed a great regatta last year. He was pretty quick on the breeze, and he entered the top 10, and he sailed well and managed to beat all these star legends, and he shows that this is possible.
What about here? You've got a good crew. You've sailed the Star before. You're a bit heavier. You know how to deliver when you have to. What can we expect from Pavlos Kontidis?
Yeah, you should expect to see Pavlos Kontidis and Marcus Koi pushing hard every race and trying hard for every meter and every position. And at the end of the day, we managed to be on the cutoff of the top 10. Then it will be game on Saturday.
Pavlos Kontidis, he's won the last 2 Laser World Championships, and star class is pretty tough. Laser's a real tough mark as we come up to 2:45 to go, and it is no black flag this time. So surely the start line's down, and again, just give us a bit of a picture. What are we looking at as you look up the course? Is the access to the wind the same?
It all looks very similar, Peter, maybe just a slight increase in pressure. But it was interesting, that final beat of that last race, they didn't all just, hang out to that left-hand corner, so it's not just a complete one-way track. There's opportunities within that, and I think we might see some different people. There's been a bit of gear changing, setting the boat up differently. A few people have gone on tuning runs, so maybe we'll see some other people just start to get their legs in this wind. It's not often you get an opportunity to sail in these kind of conditions. And actually, if you look at the Brazilians, they've all been racing a lot. They've had a lot of events in Brazil, and they're all looking pretty sharp in these conditions. So it might just have been a bit of a wake-up call to a few of the others.
Mark, another variable, and we talked about it earlier, is the current. And you've had a bit of a check, and give us a bit of an update.
I've checked the tide tables, and I've got a tide table that tells me that it's low tide at 1:18 today, local time, which is just coming up. So a variation between the first race and this race. We're at slack tide at the moment. There isn't a great deal of tide compared to sort of sailing off cows, but there's enough, and we might see a difference. So before we had wind against tide, showed a bit of shot. Things are going slack, and the tide will start to build.
Coming up to the last minute, so a low tide at 1:15 local time. We're just coming up to 6 minutes to 1, so yeah, it's all current at the moment. It's probably not a factor, and we're inside that last 50 seconds, coming up to 45 seconds. Shirley, how is the fleet stacking up? Windward end, leeward end, who's placed where?
I've got a great view in the top of the cat. To me, there's sort of a dip in the middle, and all the main players are down at the left-hand side at the pin end. And then, they don't want to risk much. They want to protect that left-hand side. Not long to go.
Certainly isn't. We're coming up to 15 seconds. Race 6 of the Star Sailors League finals. And second race of the day as the fleet comes up. This looks like it'll be a nice clean start. As we come up to the start, it's clean, down goes the gun, the fleet are underway, and leeward end looks, there's a bunch of boats down the leeward end, Mark.
It's pretty tight. It'll be interesting to see where Xavier Rohart comes out, having had such a nice start in the first race. But at the moment, it's bow number 22. coming out. Really lovely start there with a gold start. That is George Sabo. He's leading the way, and then we've got on top of the pack here the Croatian, bow number 2, with the crew really working hard to keep himself off the Polish boat to leeward. Looks like he's got a lane, looks like he's doing it, doesn't want to hit a wave here. Really tight packs. It's going to be tough in the middle, and there's a Brazilian boat, bow number 12, starting to suffer in the middle.
So Simi Fantella, boat number 2, is 470 world champion, of course, and this year won in 49er worlds in Aarhus, and he won that Olympic gold medal in the 470 class in Rio. So we now pan down over the fleet. So it's let this just settle down, but it's a cleanish start. Shirley, that was a nice start for the second race of the day.
Yes, Peter. I mean, it's amazing how close they are to the line. I mean, really, everybody. And it's not that easy to achieve, particularly when it's wavy and it's windy like this. Very impressive. And a big bunch, as Mark said, at that pin end. But, some people just managing to accelerate at the right time and to punch out. And, you've got to be confident in your speed to be able to, to start in a tight lane and be able to get going from there.
So at that pin end, it is Barish, Pepper, Zarif, Paul Kayard, Fantella down at the leeward end. So, and we can look through, we can see it's Hamish Pepper, who of course overnight did a rig change. They broke their mast, boat 18. Hamish Pepper is a past Star World Champion. And down to leeward of him again, Zombar Barish. Mark, 2 wonderful starts by the current Finn World Champion at that leeward end.
Yeah, I mean, once you get your eye in here, we're on board with Semi here, Olympic champion. They're already tacked over onto port, just with clear air.
Got a nice start. He has tacked out of there. He's won 2 470 worlds. Olympic champion in the 470 in Rio. And changed class with his brother to win the 49er world champions this year. And of course qualify his country for the Tokyo Olympics.
Peter, I'm really liking
left.
I'm really liking the left. Barash coming out really nicely, far left there. He did get a great start, and he put the pedal to the metal. Probably had the ability to put his bow down. So the Hungarian boat really doing nicely out there on the left. So let's watch Zomba as this leg 1 of race number 6 slowly gets underway.
So this is Kevin Pepinay. He's the current 470 world champion. Won that also in Aarhus. Good start by Pepinay. I'm just looking at the leaderboard. Where is he?
Big duck coming here from the French as they come across. Mains out. This is a big duck there as they come around the leeward side. Main in and get back up onto speed.
So that's Rohard. Xavier Rohard did quite a big
keen to get out of that left-hand side here as the Swede comes across.
So Kevin Pepinay looks like he is up with the leaderboard.
So it's pretty typical at this stage. Boats that are starting to struggle with the lane start to clear out, and their only real option is to get out to the right, taking sterns, as we saw there.
Surely, you hear the comment, the cliche, really, finding a lane. Just elaborate on that for us.
Well, the cleaner the wind you have coming towards you, the faster you will be. But the more disturbed it is by anything, by a speedboat, by a sailboat or whatever, then it comes to you and it doesn't attach to the sails properly, and it really affects your performance. And the boat can actually, a boat or a building or whatever, it can actually be quite far away, and the wind is quite lazy. It takes ages to reattach and to get back to his normal form. So you just want to be leading the pack. You want to be in nice fresh air. I mean, you can actually sort of feel it in your face when it's when it's disturbed, and it's so frustrating. It's very hard to keep your lane, to sail at the perfect angle. If the air is disturbed, you end up sort of dropping into boats beside you, and then, as Mark just said, you've no choice but to get out of there and to find, fresh wind, fresh air somewhere else. It's really hard, and it is particularly difficult, I think, for the rookies here, for the VIPs, because it's the real nuances of the boat, being able to hold the lane as long as you can, and sail in bad air as well. You spend a long time practicing that, so it's hard for them. And we're actually on the right hand side, and there was, as you said, great sailors like Shimmy Fontella bounced out to the right hand side, and I just think it's pretty tough for them to hold the lane off the start line in these conditions, and no choice but to just get out and get clear and get sailing.
Mark, the drag race is on down in that leeward position. We've got Hamish Pepper, boat 18, and 16, Zombar Baresh again. It really is commit to left. If you're in the left and you've got a lane,
Absolutely. I mean, the game is all the way to that left-hand side, and we can stay with these pictures. You can see just how difficult it is to just for the New Zealand boat, Hamish Pepper and Steve Mitchell, just dealing with some really uncomfortable waves, and you can see every little wave. You see a little bit more of the Hungarian boat to leeward as they just chop back a little bit. But they were going really nicely. They must be really pleased now, Hamish, having come back from a broken mast last night, to get the mast tuned up. And it is that drag race to the left. The Hungarian and the New Zealand really, really close. Just trading places all the time, but happy faces on board the New Zealand boat with Hamish and Steve.
And it's a sign of how good these people are, at this level. They broke a mast. They'd have been hugely disappointed. A little bit of chaos last night. Come ashore, clean up, get a new mast, rig it, tune it, put it back in the boat, be on the pace. I mean, that's no mean feat, is it?
Absolutely, and Shirley alluded to the fact that that they would have been doing a little bit of rig tuning. She noticed there were quite a few boats doing some upwind tuning between the races. There's not a lot you can do. You can try to change some settings, some major settings on the rig during the race, but it's very, very difficult. So a little bit of retuning, and we might see a little bit of a pecking order here. We're on board with Ivan Melleby, again, hand on that runner, just powering the boat up, but he looks like he's going pretty well.
Certainly does. He looked
big reach there from the crew.
Ivan Melleby, fourth at the Olympics, the last time the stars were used at the Olympic Games. And Ivan Melleby, the 2017 Star World Champion, heading up. It just looks superb. And
Josh Refkin doing a really, really good job of keeping his arms out there, really.
So in terms of as we look at Ivan Melleby, Mark, just talk to me a little bit about heel, because these boats actually want to sail on their chine, not dead flat.
Well, it's pretty tricky. Yes, you want some chine, but you sail the boat too upright. The crew needs to then get out of the water. In these conditions, you find a natural heel angle. But if you go too high, you're going to hit this wave and really, really slow down. So it's a combination of forward momentum at the same time as maintaining some height.
So we're in second race of the day. Ruggiero Tita, this young, talented sailor, NACRA 17 world champion. Now, what's interesting, I think, for Tita is the NACRA 17 went through a bit of a change, and you can see there he's the NACRA 17 World Cup winner as well. After the Olympics in Rio, they decided at World Sailing that they'd turn the boat into a foiler. So Tita is the person that has adapted the quickest, hasn't he? They came out of Rio, it was a boat that didn't foil. Well, it was difficult to make foil, turned it into a foil. This young sailor, this incredible talent, has mastered that skill, and I'm sure that was one of the contributing factors why they won the Worlds.
Oh, absolutely, it's all about learning new techniques, and he's certainly doing that here at the Star Sailors League. Locked in there, dragging back on port tack. Ivan Melleby above, and you can see, look at this bow-to-bow shot, just so neck and neck, but you only have to hit a wave and you lose a few feet every time you do. There you go.
So, Ruggiero Tita, just talk to me, Mark, about sheeting position of the jib, because I could see his jib was quite...
You have a barber hauler. You have
quite straight on the foot.
You have a thwart ships control. You can actually put the jib. You've got a lot of control over the jib in that barber hauler, and of course you've got that end plate. You're trying to sheet the jib hard down onto the with a lens at the bottom of the cut of the jib. In these conditions, you often try to let the leech of the jib breathe a little bit. You vent it out. You put the bow down, and it's essential that you don't backwind the main. Then you can see that sail's looking really nice. You can see the main just panting a little bit, really locked in nicely.
Max Salmonen.
Jib just off the deck. Cunningham fairly hard. Jib Cunningham.
So Max Salmonen, the 2017 Finn champion, the Gold Cup winner.
Hamish Pepper still doing well, looking at the leaderboard here. Zarev come into the picture.
So Max Salmonen, he's Olympic champion, of course, in the Finn class, and he won the Gold Cup in 2017. He's out there sailing with his very good friend Johan Tillander. And interesting, both these guys had sailed with Freddie Loof as a crew. So that group of Swedish star sailors, Finn sailors, monotype sailors, the transition over the starboats.
A couple of bad waves here for this team. You can see that slap, slide, flat bow is really painful when you smack down on some of those waves. And look, there we go.
So it's certainly nice to spin around the fleet and tell the story of some of the fantastic talent that there was here. Well, it brings a smile to my face to see the race winner at the moment, the leader, Hamish Pepper, and of course an expatriate of yours, Steve Mitchell's crew. Shirley, Pepper and Mitchell have got their nose ahead a little bit as they're in the top third of the course. How are they positioned?
Yeah, Peter, I think they're finding their feet, aren't they? New rig, you gotta get it all going, and they had a really tough day yesterday sorting all that out. And I think in the second race they've found their form, they've got their rhythm. It's all kind of settled down. Hamish is a great sailor and a very experienced star sailor, as is Stevie. And Stevie's also a really good communicator. He coached me for a while, and now he coaches the US laser radio team, the women, and he's good at communicating, and he's great on a boat. And I think also they're a new partnership, and I think they're just finally getting going.
Shirley,
we just arrived at the top.
Sorry, Shirley, I was just going to... Your contact with Steve Mitchell, did he help you out with both of your gold medals, or one in particular?
Actually, afterwards, he coached us after Athens in the boat. But he's a really solid coach. And he's great, with younger people, and he kept it fun, and he's good fun to work with. I always remember a really, really windy day, and we went out to race, and my crew were quite young and a bit nervous, and he just did this big bear roar. He stood up in the boat, this big mountain of a man, and did this roar, and we all burst out laughing, and it just sort of cut the tension. He knows what to say in the right moment. He's a great sailor and a very, very good coach.
Now, Shirley, just getting back to the race now, it looks like that whole group out on that left side have overlaid the top mark, and coming in slightly eased, and then Lars Grail's coming in from the right side. But it just doesn't seem the net gain, as if you overlay a little bit, it still pays.
Well, we'll see. I mean, all of them, really cracked sheets. I can't imagine that, that's an easy angle to sail in a star, to be slightly, cracks off and power it up. It's not easy. I mean, I'm really surprised. I think maybe also there was a bit of current taking them that way, because they're wildly overstood, every single one of them. You know, also when do you leave the pack and when do you come back? And none of them did. They know that they didn't look for a lane before. But here we go, Stevie Mitchell, Hamish Pepper just rounding the mark. What a upwind they've had.
So race 6, it is Pepper and Mitchell lead at the first mark. Great windward beat by Hamish Pepper after a re-rig last night. He broke his mast yesterday. As we look at Hamish Pepper going along the offset mark. Second, it looks like Zarif, George Zarif might be second in, and now the boats start to stream around the mark. Mateusz Kuznetovic is having a good one in race 6. But again, the mark, we'll just let the boat stream around and we'll pick them up later. But the left.
Well, especially at the top, and it was really important for Hamish Pepper to make sure he had control of that left. That's why he probably went a little bit further than he wanted to on ley line, and then it lifted even further. But he did the conservative thing and he covered off the pack. That's why all of them came in overset. And it's pretty uncomfortable overstanding in a Star in these kind of conditions.
So the top group: Pepper, Zarif, Stepanovic, Kuznetovic, Medinblatt, Barish. Another very good race. He's enjoying these conditions. The current Finn Gold Cup winner, the 2018, got that gold medal at the 2018 World Sailing Championships in Aarhus. So we're 13. That's race winner of the first race, race 5, is Xavier Rohart. He's a little bit deeper in this one. He's got some work to do.
See Medinblatt having a better race, and Brian Fateh having a better race in this one. Barish faded a little bit at the end of that leg. Obviously early, looking really good off the start line. Just getting sucked back into that chasing pack, possibly a little bit off the speed.
It's always the telltale sign, isn't it? If you start well, you get the first crossing.
See, Ivan having made gains on the last run of the first race today. He likes that left-hand side looking down again, so the early jibe.
So you're really keen about Ivan downwind ability. You alluded to that in race 5, and do you think he thinks he's got wheels, got speed?
Not only that, but I think he's on to this business that it's slightly more wavy on the left-hand side, looking down the course. And he proved that he went from 14th on the last run to finish the race 5th, and he's obviously very, very comfortable. Great sailors, Josh, talented, very, very good staff crew, and of course 2017 Star World Champions.
We'll just keep an eye on the 4th place getter at the London Olympics. I think I've got him back in about 16th. What gains can he make on the downwind? The 2017 Star Class World Champion. Let's go 22. I think that's Paul. No, it's George Szabo. He's a Star World Champion.
Seems to me we are seeing slightly flatter water here. It's really difficult to tell on these pictures, but just looking at the aggression that we're seeing on board, they seem to be a little bit more relaxed. It seems to be a little drier on board. Just happier to just glide down and just let that pendulum movement. Not as much fore and aft work on the bows with the crews.
So Shirley coming about halfway down. They've cleared, the fleet now have found their lane on the downwind leg. We've still got Pepper in the lead. Who are the movers and shakers?
We're on the right-hand side of the course. We're just beside Shimmy Vantella, and he's doing really well. And I'm just sort of watching him. He has moments where he just all hangs together and he moves forwards in the fleet, and then it all goes a bit pear-shaped. But I think these are VIPs that are here. They're a class act, and They're learning really quickly, and I'm sure they've done a few up and downs now, and I'm sure now he's getting the rhythm, he's learning what to do, and very impressive sailor, 49er world champion this year with his brother, and 470 gold medalist in Rio. So they're learning quickly, and I think as each race progresses, I think we might see him looking sharper and sharper.
Shirley, from back in the studio, we're just trying to get an observation of whether the wind has dropped a little bit, or whether the sea conditions are a little flatter. What's your view from out the water?
Perhaps. I think you might have. Yes, I think you might be. You might be right. I mean, I think maybe there's not. We talk about the current. There's not a lot of current. It's not super obvious. But I think maybe there was a little bit of outgoing current, which was mixing it up a bit in that first race. And now, if anything, to me, it just looks kind of slack. So it has quietened down, particularly on this left-hand side of the course where, they're all sailing. A little bit quieter and a little bit less wind, even, I'd say.
Well, that would certainly coincide with the local tide tables, which I'm sure they all are aware of, doing their research on the bay here. Some really nice work here from George Spago. Shaduku.
George Shaduku, star Olympic medalist, silver medalist in the soling. In fact, was in the soling class, 2 times soling world.
That was in Atlanta.
Champion. Won 8 North American championships in the soling. Just great to see people of that calibre out here. And the soling would like to star in many ways, bit of a classic, no longer in the Olympic Games, of course. But Georgie Shaduku was an Olympic medalist. And he makes up this impressive fleet we've got here at the Star Sailors League Finals. We're in race 6. We're in day 3 of the regatta. Remember, the first day of the racing, no racing, but yesterday was challenging. Today is just beautiful conditions. Mateusz Kuznerovic, 1996 Finn Olympic gold medalist in Atlanta, out there in Savannah, Georgia. 3 world championships. And, gave a very interesting presentation last night at the hotel about the Star Sailors League and the future. And wow, we've got some ambitious plans. So that'll be something to look forward to, Mark. Down track.
Watch this
space. Things are moving within this organisation, and Mateusz Kuznerovic is one of the key drivers. Looks like it's lightened up a bit.
Yeah, I think
they look a little bit quiet, don't they?
Yeah, the previous race they could really throw the boats around. There was a lot more water on the decks. The aggression of the crews moving forward and aft, just calming it down here. Just watching that left-hand fleet. It's all about the compression as it all squeezes in. I still think that there's some small subtle shifts across the course. It's not just about the overall wind bend across the up on that top-hand side underneath the island.
Now Lars Grail won yesterday, and he was another one that experienced some mast problems overnight. He's got 2 bronze medals at the Olympic Games. So they came in and they were smart enough to do a recheck. And what they found is the spreader bar had bent. So early this morning, out in the boatyard, they did a rig change along with Hamish Pepper. And they've got a brand new mast in that boat. So they illustrate, as a world champion, post-race checks when it's been a bit on are so important, rig checks.
Absolutely. I mean, the characteristic of these boats is there's a lot of bits of rigging. There's, everything is being pared down over the many years since 1911. These boats were first designed. So the upshot is everything's a little bit on the edge of the braking strain. We've already seen a mast break. Even today, we saw a couple of mast issues yesterday. So you've got to really be on top of the boat work and the maintenance, and it's just part part and parcel of sailing these boats, that you do have to do your rig checks, all the time, looking for the stress fractures, looking for, the ropes that are starting to wear, checking blocks, because no one wants to lose a race from gear failure. Great work there by Lars and his crew for checking their kit over.
Yeah, and they were giving themselves a little bit of a pat on the back because they thought everything was okay, but they did a rig check just in case and found. So coming into the bottom mark for the first time, this is race 6, leg 2. It is Hamish Pepper, Steve Mitchell. Hamish Pepper, of course, another one of these wonderful sailors, star world champion, New Zealand Olympian, sailed for Emirates Team New Zealand in the defence of the America's Cup in Auckland on the Waitemata. They come around the mark and they've taken the option of the right-hand mark as they sheet it up. Steve Mitchell into the straps, full hike, followed by George Zarif. Another one.
Great mark rounding there by Hamish Pepper and Steve. Taking a little bite out of the rounding.
So second round it is Zarif in boat 14.
Zarif's now trying to hang on to that lane. They need to clear the running boats before they can get over to the left, which I'm sure they'll do very shortly.
We're on board with Mateo Kuznerovic. Matthias Kuznerovic, Dominik Zajci, as they head up.
Well, Ivan made gains here, but it's lost out on this lured mark running as he's having to go round the outside. He'll be bow down, really hoping that these boats clear out, as we see there. It gets harder and harder the more the water gets churned up and chopped and the air gets more and more agitated, so it gets very, very difficult at further down the pecking order. That's why it's so important to get ahead and to stretch away.
So the boats, we can see boats coming in from Fidesz. Robert Scheid is a bit deep, along with Freddie Loof. As the boats settle down to go upwind. Boat 11, that is Georgi Shaduko. As they come round, a star, ex-Soling sailor, star Soling medalist. So the boats now are clean out of the bottom mark, looking upwind on leg 3. Shirley, I'm sure you're positioned to give us a bit of an update, looking at the course. I'm really interested in the positioning. Pepper, how's Pepper corralling Zarif and Middenblack, because they're second and third?
Well, Peter, I mean, quite surprising to see Robert Scheid, 5 times Olympic medalist, going around the mark, I think, in 12th place. But what he did was execute a rather difficult scenario in good shape. He came around the left-hand mark, looking at it, and he tacked early. So he has a lovely, clean lane. He's got no trouble, no bad air from any other boats, and it'll be interesting to see if he makes an impression in this leg. It's pretty hard, though, to make an impression in such a left-hand track. Where do you can't tack on the shifts, you can't, get a little bit of extra leverage to one side. It's really about pace, and it's about, picking your moment when to come back on that ley line. So, we've not seen him this deep before, and it would really be good to watch him to see if he can claw back a few more places.
But an observation there, Shirley said that, pointed out the fact that he had, dug out and crossed back through the disturbed air and the difficult chopped up water. But really, if you're good, you almost practice in those conditions. If you're really good, you can deal with a bad situation much better. It's never very pleasant. But the 5 times gold medalist, 5 times Olympic medalist, he would have been dealing with that situation, getting back across, because he's absolutely adamant that he wants to get out to the left.
Pretty tight at the front with Zarif and Pepper, showing Zarif is about 23 metres behind. We're looking at boat 10, so we come down to Tonchi Stevanovic. and of course 2 laser worlds. Had that silver medal in Rio in the laser. Just heading upwind. Again, we see the turquoise water, beautiful water. Just looking at the animation, and if you look at the front there, the advantage line, so that's where Pepper is. Let's monitor far distance, because I think that is Mark Mendelblatt. So by Pepper and Zarif really are battling it out in the middle of the track. That has opened up an opportunity for Mendelblatt right over on the left-hand side, and we know the left is so strong. Shirley, have that little battle that's gone on with Pepper and Zarif, have they opened the door up here for Mendelblatt to take advantage of that left-hand side?
We are on the right-hand side, not far from Hamish Pepper and Stevie Mitchell. I don't think so. I think, it's not like there's like a massive wind shift or a big difference in pressure. It's subtleties. And they're a long way ahead, and to me they look quite high. They look very comfortable, and Mendelblatt seems, from here anyway, he seems a long way away.
Just in terms of the separation, big separation between Pepper and Mendelblatt. And of course, separation, Mark, can be your friend. If you're wanting to attack someone, a big separation is the opportunity for huge gains, but also huge losses.
Well, this boat in picture here, Hamish Pepper, they're looking to defend, and Mark Mendelblatt coming up is looking to attack. So it's a completely different scenario as far as risk and reward. But Hamish Pepper really was dictated to going around that left-hand mark a little bit at the angle they came down. They would have had to give away a little bit to go around the right-hand mark looking downwind. So, of course, they had to clear off up past the running boats, and then they were quite keen to get across. So they, at that moment, they were a little bit exposed, and let Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fete get out to the left a bit. But as Shirley says, they tapped into a nice slot. They're feeling comfortable. They're out on the right. They just need to make sure that if the wind starts to go left, they put the bow down and push into it, and just make sure that the boats on the left don't get bow forward on them.
So that is the tactic from Mark Cavell, who's a silver medalist with Ken Walker in Sydney in 2000. Knows a bit about these star boats as we look here at Ruggiero Tita, 2018 NACRA Catamaran World Champion. His World Championship is in a boat that foils. Foiling catamaran. Here he is slugging it out with the best sailors in the world, the legends of our sport here in Montague Bay. Wonderful opportunity, isn't it, for these younger guys, the VIPs, to come along and just experience sailing with the likes of Mendelblatt and Robert Scheidt and Kuznerovic. But what a record this young NACRA sailor is starting to accumulate in the tapping into the foiling technology, and that seems to be one of the boats of the future, Mark.
I have a feeling that we won't be seeing foiling stars anytime soon.
Wow, this is surely this is the first time I've seen such a big split in the field. We're looking now across that advantage line. Just paint the picture for us, because we've got Pepper far right, Mendelblatt way over on the left. Now our animation is showing the bow to bow.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, just since the last time we spoke together, Hamish Pepper tacked and he came out further to the right-hand side. He's just literally gone back on to starboard, but to me, I think he's been struggling up here, and you can see Mark Mendelblatt, advancing, and so decided perhaps just to take an oscillation, take a shift. But yeah, his lead does not look as certain as it.
So we have just lost Shirley for the moment, but we go back to the animation. And what, Mark, this is the biggest separation or leverage, as the terminology.
I'm sure if Hamish Pepper had their chance again to choose, not even with hindsight, they were, as I said, they were kind of dictated to going into that left-hand mark. They did want to get across as soon as they could, and they did. And this is what's resulted. It's allowed the American boat to get out to the left-hand side, and if the left does wind, they're exposed. The alternative was to do what Robert Scheidt did and tack over and tack almost through the running boats, which would have been a risk themselves. So, you can see that these gameplays are set up so far back. If you want that a specific mark, you want to go a certain way, you've got to make those decisions almost from the top mark and how you set up coming down the run.
This is fascinating. Looking again, we're blessed. We've got the animation. They haven't out on the water, but technically there on the water, on the animation, we've got pretty well the boat's bow to bow with Zarif Pepper. Red and black now, and that'll be a bit of a shift. It's just showing it to be.
Now, Peter, this is the point of the race that we see whether that left-hand wind is still there and it's going to start to take shape. We're going to just watch Zaref out on the left-hand side. We know that Hamish Pepper is all the way out on the right. And so we've got a perfect opportunity in the next few seconds and over the next 30-40 seconds to start to see whether that wind bend is really going to hurt the New Zealand team who have chosen to go out to the right, or should I say who didn't really choose, were dictated to go to the right.
They tacked away from this boat, boat 14, George Zarif, the current star world champion. And, are they going to pay the price for not staying with the opposition?
And that telltale tack that Shirley reported on, it just goes to show that sometimes it's actually really difficult to get back over to one side. They started to see probably really horrible numbers, started to see boats coming around their bow, so they took a little shift and come back again. Maybe also they were aware that they overstood from the left so much, and maybe they're just trying to sail a more of a direct course to avoid that overstood. We can always see some boats up way up on the left-hand side, Rohart, that look already overstood. So it might still come good for Pepper and Mitchell.
We'll just go out. Shirley, Hamish Pepper's trying to hang on here. The boats that went far left, look, they're showing to be ahead, but they may well have overlaid that top mark a little bit. Tactically, what's going to play out in this next, in the top third of the course?
Oh, you're spot on, Peter. I mean, it's quite painful watching Hamish Pepper and Stevie Mitchell at the moment. You could see they were just desperately trying to get back to the left-hand side, but the numbers were getting worse and worse. And as you say, they're currently, they're back on port tack. Their only hope really is that the guys on the left-hand side have really overstood. And it looks like they have. So, maybe there might be an opportunity opening up for them. But, big mistake by them. As Mark said, that mistake stemmed from their bottom mark rounding. And really, there was only one way to go, and they didn't go that way. Massive mistake, quite painful to watch now. The Brazilians, Zari, he has pace, and they have been sailing a lot and racing a lot in Brazil, and I think that that really shows. He's on fire today.
So the current world champion looks like he's in the lead. Mark, is the overlay going to just open it up a little bit for Pepper to get back in there?
Well, for me, the fleet coming on the left isn't as overlaid as they were before in the previous run up to this top mark. So I don't think they're actually going to give way, much at all. And the time is running out on this top mark for Hamish Pepper to get back into it. We haven't seen a left-hand shift yet today in this neck of the woods. It's always been we haven't seen a right-hand shift. It's always been a left at the top here. So let's see if things change, but I think it's looking difficult for the New Zealand team on the right there.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's Mark Mendelblatt. He's currently showing to be second, He's the only sailor to have won 2 Star Sailors League finals out of the 5 we've had 5. So in the first year it was Robert Scheid. In the second year, 2014, Mark Mendelblack. Then it was George Szabo. Then it was Mark Mendelblack again in 16. And of course last year, which was just a fantastic final race, Paul Goodison taking that one out. So approaching the top mark, it's going to be Zarif who's going, George Zarif, the current world champion, showing why he's the current world champion. So boat 14 coming in to the top mark to take the lead. He took that lead by working the left-hand side. So George Zarif leads at Mark 4. Who's going to be next in? I see Pepper very close to Medinblack. Medinblack just on the inside. He managed to squeeze by Hamish Pepper. We saw the red flag being flown. That'd be for attacking a little bit close. So we may well hear an umpire call on that. So first it was Zarif. Second, and we look at that mark rounding. We won't make a call on that. To me, it looks sort of all right, but heading over towards the offset mark. That's Mark Mendelblack, number 20. He's won the Star Sailors League twice. So it's Zarif, Mendelblack, Pepper, then Diego Negri, Malaby make up the top 5.
Peter, the other observation, looking at this camera angle, you can see there is some current with the wind now. As the current builds, it was no longer slack water. The current is slowly building up, driven also by the wind flow as well. So that could have been a case where the current is worse out to sea, which really did hurt the Kiwis as well. So maybe the current is starting to flow against these sailors.
Zomba Baresh, the current Finn world champion. He's having a good day. He's up there in, what's that, 6th or 7th position. Sailing in the Star Sailors League. Enjoying these conditions. Shirley, that was a costly error by Pepper up that second windward beat.
Yeah, big mistake, and they'll know it. What can they do on this run? I can see that they're soaking off low, they're trying to get fresh air, they're working the boat hard, and I know Hamish and Stevie will be absolutely kicking themselves. Schoolboy error, really. We've just been at the top mark watching them round. Really impressed with Shimmy Vantella, our 49er world champion. Went round to 8. I mean, what a day he's having. Very, very solid. He's very determined. He's learning quickly, and he's got to be happy with his performance in the breeze today.
We're in the final leg, down towards the finish. We had a lead change.
Media, this is Jury 4. We penalized USA for taking Macron he was not entitled to. Over.
Well. Mendelblack's been penalised. So that was that top marks incident.
Yeah, he came in on port.
We'll just go back and have a look, Mark. Here they are coming into the mark. So the boats we're looking at is Mendelblack tacking to leeward of Pepper. And that's been deemed to have been too close. Pepper was in the zone. They've deemed Mendelblack did not give enough room. He forced the passage. So Mark Mendelblack, boat 20, has copped a penalty from the jury. So Pepper gets a point back.
Yeah, just one more clawed back.
And of course, that means that Mendelblack will be required to do his penalty turns, and he's already done those. And that will be reflected when we go out and we look at the board. So George Zarif in the lead from Diego Negri, and then Pepper, Malaby, Medinblack, who went round the mark in second position but fouled out. Copped a penalty from the on the water umpiring, and And that is a costly mistake. So surely there's been a few mistakes in this one. Hamish tactically, Med and Black with the rules.
I mean, I was surprised that Mark Mendelblit tacked in there. You know, it's always so tempting, but it's very difficult to win your case. And when you're sailing against this caliber of sailor, you know, they're always going to be. They're not going to let that go. They're going to pull the flag up for sure. So it was a unnecessary risk. I felt he could have just ducked behind, you know, the Kiwi team and tacked over and just, you know, sucked it up. But you know, very risky, and you know, and he's paid the penalty. I mean, the racing is close, Peter, and it's very full on, and you know, and every half a metre really counts, and they're fighting for every half a metre, and you can see, you know, why it happens. We have had a few incidents, you know, throughout both days.
It's always so tempting though, Mark, isn't it? You're coming in from that port-hand side and you think you bow forward. I think I'm all right. You're not at the zone. But
the other thing is it's a real effort to duck. You know, when you think you're through and then you hit a wave and you do a little shift against, and all of a sudden the decision is to duck. There's 21 foot of star that you've got to get your bow round. There's a lot of main to get out. And it's not a nice decision, and I've been forced into plenty of late ducks. But those are often the conservative way to deal with it, and that's exactly what Mark Mendelblit should have done.
Pavlos Contides not having a good race. Wonderful sailor, 2 Laser Worlds, and Christoph Kleen and his crew, but they just don't seem to be relishing in these conditions today. But in terms of the pedigree of the sailor, first Cyprian from Cyprus to win a medal in any sport.
Just crew just letting off the runner a little bit, easing the check stay, just letting the rig breathe a bit more, just letting it go a little bit further forward. Also, that's a manoeuvre that they do to make sure that when you come around the leeward mark, the check stay and the runner is ready to adjust. So always thinking ahead.
Well, we're thinking ahead too. Projected points, you know, based on what we're seeing at the moment, and with Robert Scheidt being deep, we're going to maybe see a new regatta leader there with Mark Mendelblit, who we know he fouled out the top mark, but he's probably going to do enough to. If everything stays as it is now, a projection.
I know we've come away from those pictures, but I noticed that they were flying a B flag.
So maybe they've had a bit of action as well.
Sometimes those things just sort of roll out of their. We'll find out later.
Yeah, and
going nicely though.
That's interesting looking at the projected points, although Pepper and Mitchell yesterday broke a mast, and it didn't look good last night. They came in, a lot to do this morning, rigging a new rig. Based on what we've got here now, they're going to squeeze into that top 10. So Hamish Pepper's having a good day.
Well, Seraph is, he's got obviously a 112 metre lead there, but Hamish Pepper just back in number 2 currently, but they're really, really close with Negri, Melody, Mendelblit is a little bit further back. So Hamish Pepper's in second at the moment, but that decision to go right has put him back a little bit in the cheap seats. See how if he can hang on to second coming into this finish.
But
going a little lighter.
It does look a little bit lighter. It is coming and going, but out in the lead is the 2013 Finn Gold Cup winner, George Zarif, and he's the Star World Champion this year in this class. So in terms of what makes a star tick on current form, you've got to think that Zarif is the benchmark as they work their way down the final leg to the finish. Certainly comfortable now, out to 94, 95 metres lead over Pepper from Negri, Malaby, and of course Mendelblit went round the top mark second, but there was an incident between Mendelblit and Pepper at the top mark. Mendelblit did cop a penalty from the on the water jury. Shirley, is it a bit lighter?
Well, we've been saying that for a while. I mean, it's a little bit calmer. This whole race, really, I'd say, is a little bit calmer, and the sea state's a little bit less. Still lovely, though. I mean, I'd say 14, 15 knots of wind. Beautiful sailing conditions and clouds. I don't know if you've copped a look at the clouds. They're like the clouds in The Simpsons. They're absolutely perfect. Yesterday, massive big black clouds, and today these beautiful little white fluffy ones. So we'll try and get you a shot of those. We're just right at the front here watching Jorg Zarif. I mean, what a race he's had, extended all the way. Looks very, very comfortable, and it's impressive actually how all the Brazilians have been doing.
It certainly is. So it's Jorg Zarif currently leading. He came from behind. He managed to engineer a pass on Pepper up that second windward beat. Hamish Pepper just got a little bit out of sync, but in real terms, I mean, it could have gone all bad for Pepper and Mitchell.
Oh, it could have gone a lot worse.
But they actually consolidated recomposed themselves, got round that top mark, and they managed to just hang on, and it looks like they probably will get second. So coming down to the finish of race 6, we're on the final leg. It's been a fascinating race, but it's going to be Jorg Zarif from Brazil who will take it out, a come-from-behind victory. Second coming down, Hamish Pepper. He'll be a bit disappointed losing the lead, but a good recovery. And so this will be Hamish Pepper's best race for the 2018 Star Sailors League Finals. And what's impressive is that last night, they had a broken mast, they had a lot to do, big clean-up. The shore team here have helped them out, rig a new mast, and Stevie Mitchell gave it the tender touch with the tune-up. So Hamish Pepper from New Zealand takes second place. Third, coming down to the finish, Ivan Malaby, ever consistent as they come over the line. So Malaby, Ravkin take third, and then it's very close here. This is a photo finish as they come down, and we look for the leaderboard to come out. Who was it? It was Medenblatt, got one right on the line over Negri. Number 14 comes over the line, and they take out the next spot, and that is a very good result again by Beresh, followed by number 10, which is Stepanovic. Then it will be Mateusz Kuznerovic, so he has a better race. He wasn't happy in race 5, but a good solid performance. As another photo finish as Brazil versus Sweden over the line, and it is Grail just nipping Salmonen on the line, followed by Fintella and then Robert Scheidt as the bulk of the fleet. 13, I think that is Xavier Rohart comes through. So Mark, we'll just catch our breath now, and fascinating race. A little bit of action in that one. Maybe a slight tactical error by Pepper, but a very good recovery, and an umpire call at top mark.
Yeah, absolutely, racing just as tight as ever. I think, we saw there an unforced error there from the New Zealanders. They'll be really thinking about their mistake there. The interesting thing is we've seen a trend over the first and second race now. I think that the current is now going to start to increase against them as they go up wind. Whether that changes things, we feel that the breeze has dropped a little bit, so they'll be thinking about the characteristics of those last 2 races and how they can use them. I'm pretty sure we'll see a few boats doing a little tune-up and making some even further rig adjustments, but some great racing out there.
So Shirley, I enjoyed that one. There was a little bit of action, a little bit of rule stuff, a little bit of tactical nuance. Give us your reading. What did you think of that one?
Yeah, no, I agree. And you know, there was mistakes being made, and we all know to win a boat race, you got to make the least mistakes. It was good. I think, you know, it looks like it's a straightforward course, but actually it's changing a little bit, as Mark said. You know, there's been a bit of a current change. You know, you don't necessarily have to be left early on, but it looks like very much you've got to be left at the end. We're just currently watching the two lightweights in the fleet. There's Kevin Peppeney from France, 470 gold medalist from this year, just crossing the line. And then behind him, the youngest competitor here, 17 years old, Guido Galliano. It's pretty tough when you don't weigh very much. Pretty hard.
Well, I can vouch for that, Shirley. I may or may not have been past the main sheet to get the last few inches in by my star helm. These boats are really difficult in these conditions. You need a lot of muscle, and you know, when you're up against these big burly fin sailor helms that come into it, you know, when you come in from, you know, boats like the lasers where you don't have that size of body, you know, it's really difficult, and you know, just absolute credit for them for taking this on.
So race 6 is completed, and we'll just go and have a bit of a look at what that did to the board. So race 6, it was Zarif come from behind victory, Pepper, Malaby make up the top 3, Medinblack, Negri, Beres up to 6, Stepanovic, Kuznerovic, Lars Grail, Salminen, that's the cut-off point, remember, overall, not in this individual. Fantella, Robert Scheidt back a little bit, Augie Diaz, Xavier Rohard after winning the first race of the day, Paul Kayard back a bit, Gallianaro, Zabo, Shuduko, Freddie Loof, and Contides, and Pepinay and Tita. Well, now I'm guessing we will have a look at overall, and this is where it gets juicy. So, Mark Medinblack, as we looked in the prediction earlier on with Robert Scheidt being back in 12th, Mark Medinblack takes the lead from Robert Scheidt, Diego Negri, Malaby is next, is George Zarif, Augie Diaz, Kuznerovic, Rohat, Barash, Stepanovic, and that is the cut-off after 6. But then it gets really close with Grail, Pepper, Loof, Bruni, and even down to Kayard, getting a bit out of it, a bit of a long shot there. Zabo, Salminen, Contides, and Pepinay, Fantella, and the VIP guys like Tito, who's the current NACRA world champion, just doing a little bit tough today. Tepley, and of course Ian Percy, unfortunately, is not with us.
But it just goes to show, if we go back to that cut-off point, if we can at all, with Lars Grail winning a race yesterday and not having a bad day at all, and he's now still facing the cut.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity.
Look at the results down there.
Opportune time. I mean, we're after 6 now, so we've only, we're over halfway through. Just if you're following this, and I'm sure a lot of you are, it's that top 10 cut-off. It's so important. Who's still in the game? And for me, anyone down to Kayard, maybe Zebo, are still there with what?
But Baresh's results with starting off the day yesterday with the 4th.
Yep.
He got the 3rd in the first race today. Okay, he's discarding a DNF, did not finish, and he's 9th, right hovering on that.
What?
This is such an exciting format we have here at the Star Sailors League.
I love the format.
Absolutely.
I think it's great.
Brutal.
It's really brutal, and Saturday, it's so brutal it's almost cruel, because remember, top 10 go through. The winner of the round robin goes straight to the final. Second goes to the semi-final. 8 sail off, and then the bottom 3 at each quarter-final, semi-final fall off the bottom. It's pretty tough.
And then the final, even if you sneak in 4th, it's all on.
Well, hold your hat. You've got to win the race.
Exactly.
So let's go back. I enjoyed that one. Race 6. Have a look at the highlights. So off the line at pin end, looked pretty strong. And down towards that end, we had Zarif and Pepper and Barish. And this tactic, and Mark Medinblack really loves it down there, but it was that group over in the left with Hamish, Pepper, boat 18.
And I think Hamish must have been going so fast up that first up that first beat because he absolutely nailed it. He probably tacked away a little bit earlier than the others, so didn't overstand as much, and then down this run. And maybe now we see Hamish Pepper coming down the run and just watching how they set up into that leeward mark, because choosing this left-hand mark really did dictate the fact that they then didn't choose to tack across the running boats. It left them exposed out to the right, and it let Mark Mendenblack and the pack pick up that left-hand shift at the top. He just couldn't get out of the right. So, and the rest was history. Came in losing his lead. Little alteration at the top. And there's Hamish Pepper.
It's Matthias Kuznerovic heading up wind on port on that left-hand side. And it was at the top, and it was the current world champion, boat number 14, that really took full advantage on the left-hand side. They came across. Hamish Pepper was hanging on, trying to hang on there. Here's the incident. So Mark Mendelblack tacked to leeward of Pepper, was deemed to have fouled, and copped a penalty for that manoeuvre at the top mark for the last time. Hamish Pepper put up the red flag, asked the question of the jury, and the decision went in his favour. But in the lead, boat 14, George Zarif, the current world champion, goes downwind.
So for me, Hamish got out of jail there, really.
A little bit out of jail. But this team, they certainly did a great job. Baresh has had a good, strong day for Contides, struggling a little bit in this condition, as is Salmon and Tillander, hitting on that last downwind leg.
Definitely the breeze down a little bit just as they come down through the finish. Thumbs up. And again, Hamish Pepper taking second. He'll breathe a sigh of relief that it wasn't worse, but a shame that he didn't get that first.
And some very close finishes as it's Mark Mendelblack coming over the line. So he got one back after doing his penalty. Paid a bit of a price, but Mark Mendelblack right on the line came back.
He must have executed that the penalty turn really well,
really
and sailed fast. So Mark's going really well. We saw his consistency, really well yesterday. He's used his discard today, and he's looking really good, really consistent.
I think, and his speed's good. So it's always a telltale sign, isn't it? Speed is your friend. And in this track, it's a bit of a one-way track in many ways. The fast boats will inevitably just rise to the top. And Zarif's quick. I think Rohard, if he can get clean, he looks fast to me. Mendelblack, last year he was the benchmark, and we saw it again today.
Well, he's won this thing twice, so let's see if he can...
No mistake, is it?
Exactly, exactly. Great crew there with Brian Fette as well.
Yes, exactly. So, look, that was race 6, second race of the day, on day 3 here at the Star Sailors League Finals. And we'll have more action very shortly. Well, welcome back to the Star Sailors League finals here at the Nassau Yacht Club. And, sometimes special guests just happen to roll in through the door and Dennis Connor turns up. It's wonderful to see you, Dennis.
Thanks, Peter. It's great to be here. It seems like the event just gets better and better. I mean, Michel, what a job he's done.
Certainly he has. And this year the focus has been bringing in as VIP guests these wonderful Olympic sailors. And, there's a 17-year-old kid here out there competing and he's doing himself justice.
I think one of the things that Michelle's always liked to do is bring the outsiders in. In the beginning, I thought, oh, Star Sailors, they'll kill everyone. And I was so surprised. Then the Finn guys came, and wow, these Finn guys really know how to sail. They were terrific. And then Michelle's used that for momentum to bring other really good sailors into the Star Sailors League events. I have to applaud him for his ability to bring these other really good sailors to show the disciplines of the other sports. For me, I thought Star Sailor is always the best. Maybe they will be, but there are other people that know how to sail, Peter.
Well, look at today. I mean, George Zarif, who's the current world champion, he's come out of Finns, and that was I'm sure you watched that race. What was your impression of watching that last race?
Well, there wasn't really that big a shift. So I think that maybe the left-hand side maybe had a little less current. And also around the leeward mark, I think it wasn't so good to come around on port, going into those big waves, tacking on the starboard, gave you a little free lane, and there was a passing lane up there. And I think that it was a calculated risk on a middle part to tack too close at the mark, but there wasn't a whole pack of boats coming behind. So if he had to do a penalty, he only lost, 2 boats, and he passed one. He only got 1 boat penalty for taking a chance. Yeah, so then it wasn't much.
That's right. It's a risk-reward game. Mark, isn't it great to stand here with the great man?
It's an absolute pleasure.
He's got a silver medal. All I have is a silly old bronze.
Now, talking about that, I mean, you've been around the block a bit. You've raced fleet. You're obviously famous for your match racing. This new format of that we use here at the Star Sailors League, with the out-and-out win at the end, what's your opinion about it? It's exciting.
It was creative. It was creative to have the elimination series and then get down to from 8 to 4, and then there's a lot of strategy involved here because if you win, you go straight in. But maybe it's better to be second, so you can go straight to the semifinals, and then get to race against the other guys and be tuned up.
Because the number one boat has to sit out.
He's sitting out there watching the race, but he might not be up to speed. I think that's what I think Mark Mendelblatt last year was the one that went straight through, and he wasn't quite as up to the job. So there's a lot of strategy involved here besides the racing on the course in your brain.
So, Dennis, you were here last year. We had a chat. What have you been up to in the last year?
Well, I've been racing in the local PHRF fleet. I still love to race. I don't necessarily like sailing so much, but Mario Andretti, he probably doesn't like going to the store for a loaf of bread, but he liked to race his grandkids in the go-kart. So the same with me. I just like the racing. So I've tried to keep active in the local area, but nothing at the top level. I don't have the money to really compete. The Transpec 52s, a 52 class, it's $1 million a year plus deal, and I just don't have the resources. So I'm just enjoying sailing with my friends, with Vince Brune, Eric Doyle, Gary Wiseman, and the local fleet. It's enough for me to stay busy.
Well, and it's always important to be busy. And Dennis, it's just an absolute delight to see you here enjoying some of the best racing that you see, and the talent. The talent is so deep.
There's no class like this. If you look at the Olympic medalists, the world champions, and the champions from the other classes, there's not another regatta in the world that can compete.
Do you want to stay for the race? Well, welcome back, and we just had Dennis Conner. I'm sure you watched it, and what a surprise! What a bonus for someone just to rock in. Hi guys, come and sit down, have a chat, give you an accolade for your silver medal. It's brilliant.
Well, as a kid, when I watched him, win his America's Cup back there, you thought I would be sitting in his seat now. Gosh.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So we're back. We're back in action. We're in sequence. We'll go back out to Shirley. Paint us a picture, Shirley.
Oh, Peter, Dennis Conner, I'm very jealous. I mean, not just, an amazing sailor, a legend of our sport, but, a great personality as well. And, I'm looking forward to having a chat when we get in. They're all just having their final approaches to the line, just doing the last-minute checks, sailing back and forward, getting a feel for it again. It's as short as it was before, and just interesting listening to the highlights of the last race. It was all about the start. You have to nail the start, and you have to be in a position to hold that lane to get to the left, and that's hard when there's not many options, and it was something that we saw Hamish Pepper and Stevie Mitchell execute perfectly. So they're all going to be fighting for that. It's not easy to be able to hold your lane, but that could well be where this race is won and lost.
So Shirley, just one back to you. In terms of, we've seen two races. Is there a pattern emerging? Is that left-hand side? I mean, Dennis thought it's really strong on the left. Is that the pattern we're seeing?
Sure, particularly, when you get to that top sort of quarter, third area, where we start to get, slightly sheltered, if you like, or affected by that island. You want to be in the left hand side at the very top, and that's crucial. But they're just lining up the final approach to the start now, and this is absolutely key.
So that's the 1 minute signal. Mark, if you want the left, strategically, what does that mean in terms of starting strategy?
It wouldn't surprise me if we saw a little bit more aggression here. They looking quiet here, but give it 30 seconds. You watch it ramping up. Quite busy up on the right-hand side, but that's really just the ability to actually put the bow down and try to get down with some... There's looking at Men in Black here, first, third on the left there. Zabo down the left. There's a little bit of gap in the middle. 24 seconds to go.
Lining up for race 7 of the Star Sailors League finals, and the left has been really strong in the two races today. There's a gaggle of boats down toward the leeward end there. Robert Scheid, I can see his signage. So coming up to the start, race 7 of the finals.
All clear.
All clear off the line, so it's a clean start. There's a group of boats to windward. There's a big group of boats down to leeward. Mark, who looks strong?
Great start there from Mateus up here on the right-hand side. He's certainly got his bow out. He pulled the trigger first, absolutely nailed the start there off the right-hand side. We've got a Brazilian boat down on the left-hand side there who's also popped out of that left-hand pack we're talking about. Boats didn't get so well, bow number 12, and Ivan going out to the right on bottom of the picture. Very, very choppy here, so boats not quite in their stride. Lots of chopped up conditions here, not really being able to get the boats moving. But we are now starting to see some the winners out on the left there.
Yeah, left strong, and we're on the right with the drone shot, but I thought I saw a single-digit Brazilian number, and I looked through my numbers here, and the number 3 is Robert Scheid, but when we come to him, but immediately in front of us, I think that's Scheid, far left, bow forward. Yes, so off the line in its early days, it is Scheid who just got that absolute rocket of a start. He pushed forward, he was quite aggressive. So it's Scheid from Negri, Grail, Galvanaro and Medenblatt. Medenblatt is also down in that group.
Peter, we saw it again and again over to the right. All the boats are milling around before the start. The water's really chopped up. Is it flatter to the left? To me, it's certainly looking nice out over on the left there.
Well, when Dennis Conner comes in and says, well, his read of the game was this is a left-hand track, I'll listen to him really strongly. Surely, it's that was interesting. Robert Scheidt really aggressive in this one. After not such a good race in race 6, really punchy in race 7 off the line.
Happy finishing in the pack, and he answered it with that start. He controlled that start from about 2-3 minutes out. You know, he wanted to be the pinboat. He wanted to win that start, and he did. And you know, that's the mark of a true champion, isn't it? You know, when things don't go that well, he can come back and just deliver, and absolutely won the start. We're on the right hand side of the course again, so I can't necessarily see how his speed is, but you know, I'd hope that start would put him in good shape.
It certainly put him in good shape, and in fact he's leading just from Nagri. Lars Grail is third as we come back to Zomba Baresh, the Finn world champion. Looks like he's been bounced away this time. I mean, he's had 2 good races today. This one, he's had to clear on port. So every minute you're on port, it seems like off the start, you're going to pay a price for that further up the track.
To go back as well, Peter, and that's exactly what we're seeing him do now on board there. Tacking over. Oh, difficult tack, little broad out of the tack, leaning over. Not the best attacks in the world though. And it's really difficult coming out of that middle. It does seem to get, there's some fair few square waves that the boats are hitting.
So Zomba Baresh, the Finn gold medalist in Aarhus at the World Championships, and Michael Meyer is his crew. As we zoom across with virtual right over and have a look at this group in the left-hand corner, and a lot of familiar names over there with Scheidt, Grail, Nagri, Malaby, Mark Edenblatt, who we know is fast. Xavier Rohard up there again.
Absolutely, and it's not just 1 or 2 boats; it's a whole pack that's advanced on the right-hand side, against the right-hand side. That left-hand pack is really punched, really out there compared to the boats on the right. Looking against, Kayard in the middle and Freddie Loof far right. Really out on that left-hand side, looking really nice.
I think Mark must have pre-read the edit, coming straight up on Freddie Loof. What do you know that I don't know? You've got a sixth sense for Freddie Loof, the Olympic champion.
What I'd love to know, I mean, if we could even, it's impossible, but if we could understand the difference of the boats pitching between one side or another, it does seem, I know we're seeing, we're close up here with Freddie Loof, a bronze Olympic medalist, Olympic champion, current Olympic champion in the Star.
Yep.
You know, that's
2012, the last time the...
How much are they suffering? You know, is it wavier on the right-hand side? And I've got to conclude that it is.
Yeah, there's something going on, whether it's the waves or the currents or just I think it's a geographic thing up under Rose Island on the other side. Certainly the last third, it's the last third of the beat that the left is strong.
That's painful. It's painful because you're sitting there on the right-hand side and you're slowly seeing boats starting to pop forward of the mast into your jib window, and then the worst thing is when you see them around the front of the jib, is that left-hand side starts getting stronger and stronger.
Well, and sort of that feeling, if you look under the boom and you've got a reference and the boats to leeward are gaining bearing on you, means they're moving forward, you just know I've got to take a bit of pain. Do I hold on or tack away, minimise the loss?
But you've got to remember, not everybody can take that, that golden line on the line. They can't all. There's not a lane for everyone.
Well, this group are in the lane. So boat 7, it's Paul Kayard. He is over towards that left-hand side, but there's boats advanced on Kayard as we pan through. Boat
nice
13.
Slow pan just shows really what it must be feeling for Kayard. He's not so bad. He's on the inside of this pack. They're slowly pulling out in front, down to the left-hand side. So drag race out to the left-hand corner.
Diego Negri going very nicely. He's currently in second position. We've got Fitzgerald Clean, who won the Star Sailors League finals here last year with Goodison. Immediately behind him, boat 20's Medenblatt. As they push forward, hesitant to tack. Shirley, same pattern, isn't it? There's a pattern emerge now. We look at Negri, Grail, Shite, Medenblatt. They are just holding on if they've got a lane on that left-hand side.
I mean, what else can you do? It seems, very little option. There just doesn't seem to be any gains, particularly up here in the second half of the leg. There's no gains to be had going right. We've seen that in both the last races. So it's tough when it's like this. You gotta get a good lane. You gotta go as fast as you can, and hope that you're fast enough.
So here's Lars Grail. Now, Lars Grail's one of the boats that's actually more over to the right. And we saw the effect of being on the right-hand side. They were showing being in the top 3 or 4 in the animation earlier. Double bronze medalist in the Tornado class. I remember seeing him get a bronze medal in Sydney in 2000.
Peter, he's one of these boats that really does need to get a couple of good results here because he's hovering around that 10 cut-off that comes into play at the end of tomorrow's racing.
This could be quite tough for him. I mean, he's hovering, he's in the right position, but all that group of boats down to leeward over to the left in the final approach to the top mark. Today's history would say they will benefit, but this is Lars Grail getting upwind. Look at the advantage line. It's that conclave of boats on the left-hand side that are really pushing forward. So Shirley, what are you? You're top third of the course now. As you look from, you're over on the right, you look across the advantage line, what are you seeing?
I just see that group, moving forward in the line, particularly now we're up here. It's a course of 2 halves, definitely. We're in under that island now, Rose Island. It's Mark said, it's flatter. It's actually a bit less wind, and there's some sort of effect on that left-hand side. But they all look pretty even for a while for the first half. But once you get up here, they just seem to accelerate, on the ladder and really make their gains. We're beside Lars Grail on the right-hand side of the course, and as you say, he looked good for a while, but I'm just watching him drop further and further back. It's tough on this side.
I think it's also a case up on that left-hand side that you do have to almost overstand. If you tack away from that port ley line, you run the risk that boats near you go a little bit further and wind inside you, which would then be an issue when you come back on to the top mark to go round the top mark. So it wouldn't surprise me if these 4 or 5 boats up on the left here do show a slight overstand as well.
They certainly must be getting close. So we've got, that's Mark Mendelblatt, and then it is Pavlos Kontidis up on his hip. But they're pushing on all the way to that left-hand ley line, and it seems like if you get to the left and you have to crack sheets a little bit and reach in, the benefit. Shirley, what's going on over there under Rose Island? Is the water a bit flatter?
Yeah, it's a big island. It's properly sort of sheltering the waves from the ocean. So yeah, it's flatter up here. It's a bit calmer. It's quite pretty. It's lovely. I mean, the islands of the Bahamas are stunning. It's a very nice backdrop. It looks great. I mean, I just think they get flatter water and they get a slight shift off that island. So it's all about pace. I used to hate it like this because a race like this where there's one side so favoured, you got to just hike really hard, and that's sort of my least favourite part of sailing. It's tough, and you might not be. I was never quite the tallest or the most fit, and those days are hard. I liked it when it was a bit more brain power, a bit less brawn.
Now we're showing that Mendenblack and Fete are doing really well at the top here, currently leading this race. I just noticed that Niegre just tacked underneath that little fleet of Condidis, and it might be that if he finds himself not overstanding as much, he might make some gains at the end. So let's just watch that. At the moment he's 20-something meters behind the American.
Max Salminen, the Swedish team of Salminen and Kallender. They're heading up. He's Olympic champion. He's 2017 Finn World Champion. As they head upwind, then we look at this group coming across. Boat 20 is very close to being in the lead, but there's a big whole bunch of boats over in that left-hand corner. They're still hard on the wind, Mark. We're not seeing the slight ease on the main sheet yet as they come across on port.
Well, I'm just looking at the leach profiles, and I think, I think we're seeing a little bit easing on the main, just a very, very tiny, subtle amount, possibly a little crack on the jib cars, massive, as much as you can on the hike. All of a sudden, Mendenblack was wound quite further in, and now look at the leaderboard. We're starting to see that pack that didn't overstand.
Mendenblack got attacked there by Paul Kayard. So Paul Kayard, Mendenblack had a lane.
And Paul was set up just underneath those boats further to the left.
But it might be that the guys that were coming across from the right, some of them have got back in. The animation is showing Lars Grail maybe got out of the right-hand corner. See when the boats come back together. So there's Mendenblack, Robert Scheitz there. Right up on the ley line as we pull back. Now, who is it going to be? So we talked about the boats far right. Could they, for once in the day, could the boats in the right actually have a piece of the boats in the left? And right now we're seeing Grail and Loof Barish coming in on the starboard ley line. And the convergence is going to be very interesting at the top, Mark. But it could be that Lars Grail has picked it correctly.
Are you talking about an actual shift as opposed to a wind bend for the first time today?
We'll go out to Shirley. She'll know. Shirley, the right's come strong.
I was afraid you would come to me. Oh, no, I don't really know. I'm watching exactly the same thing. I mean, a lot of the boats on the left-hand side have properly overstood. They just kept going further and further out. And, whether that's partly shift or partly just trying to get a lane. But Lars looks in great shape, and he's definitely, if he's not the closest, he's one of the closest to the mark. So, I guess they got he had more pressure and he had a shift out on the right, and he's looking good. Go Lars.
Lars, he certainly is. So it is Lars Grail. For the first time here today, this is the third day of racing, this is race 7. The right has come good. If you're in the right, you get the rights, and it's Lars Grail who won a race yesterday, who's going to cross the fleet quite comfortably. So leading into the top mark for the first time of race 7, it is Lars Grail who leads as they crack sheets. Boat 12 sailed their own race, bronze medalist in the Tornado class twice, as they come around the mark and they lead race 7. Good solid lead for Lars Grail. We look, they're on that offset mark, over to the offset mark, then down to the bottom mark, and that is a solid lead that they've got over the fleet. So Lars Grail, he really has benefited by sailing his own race. Next in, it will be, I think it is Freddie Loof, who shoots the mark. So he's really thin on ley line. Can he squeeze around? So second round, it is Freddie Loof. Lots of action at the top mark here with Mark Mendenblack going on to port, required to keep clear. Massive dip by Mendenblack. It is Malaby next in third. It's fun and games at the top, Mark, and we look at the animation of boat 20 dipping. So it is Melody, Nagri, Scheidt, Baresh, Gallianaro, the young 17-year-old laser radial world champion. Mark Mendelblack, with his ducking and diving, has fallen back just a little bit. Paul Kayard, George Zarif, Salmonen, and Xavier Rohart. Wow, well, Mark.
Well, Peter, in that last 2 minutes of the beat, the left got a little overzealous going out there. They tried to ring the bell, and heaven forbid, a little right-hand shift came through. And who was there to benefit? Lars Grail out on the right-hand side. And this is why we're getting so many boats coming into the top mark, as busy it is now. Wouldn't surprise me to see a few boats jibing at this, actually not just carrying on. Yeah, there's the French.
Just to clear their air, looking to clear it.
But also with the shift in the air, they can justify that.
Well, Lars Grail, he took his opportunity over on the right. He got a very good start early on that first windward beat. We were talking about Grail, and then we were thinking, well, maybe there's a flag there. Didn't quite pick up who that was, but Lars Grail went over to the right, played his own game. He'll probably tell you to us the right, he was there all day. But wonderful sailing as we just settle down.
Well, he must have seen something, because he was very happy to be there, it seemed.
Well, he played that game, the whole game,
And now we have most of the boats here on port tack, making advantage of that little right-hand shift that came through towards the end. I mean, time here, local time, 2:28 in the afternoon. A little bit early for things to get funky, but maybe the heat of the day is just coming out. That's when you start to see, when you've had a pretty consistent breeze throughout the day. Watch out when the sun starts to drop. Things start to move around a little bit in the breeze.
So surely none of us picked that, but Lars Grail, he absolutely nailed it. And I think he played the game for that right-hand shift. Percentage-wise, was that quite a high-risk manoeuvre, do you think?
I think he was rolling the dice. I mean, he was all the way out to the right-hand side, and we saw that yesterday when he won the race. It was, it's a good tactic, isn't it? I mean, the reality is I'm not sure he can start at the pin and height with the likes of Rohart and Loof and Robert Scheidt. That's just not his strengths. But he worked on his own speed out on the right-hand side, sailed free without any interference, and right at the very end, I mean, it literally was sort of the last 5-10 minutes of the leg. He just looked better and better and better, and a massive cheer from the camera boat. He's a very popular man. We're really pleased, and now he's got a great lead. I mean, he's very, very comfortable. I must point out something else, just hot on the tail of Robert Scheidt, who went round in, I think, 7, was the youngest competitor here, the Laser Youth Radial Champion, Guido Galliano. I mean, what a day he's having. He's showing the world he's a phenomenal talent. These are not easy conditions, and he's sailing the boat well. He's got a young crew as well. They haven't given him the most experienced crew, but he's not intimidated by anyone, and he's having a great day, a day he'll remember for a long time.
He's absolutely having a ball, and we can look at the animation there. Guido Galliano and Killian Weiss, his crew, both young guys, just out there giving it a rip. And to just be sailing downwind with the likes of Robert Scheidt, and just ahead of him he's going to have Freddie Loof. Just to be sailing in that company for a young 17-year-old, brilliant Max Salmonen, George Zarif, immediately to windward of Gallianaro. Of course, he's the current star world champion, and he's mixing it with them.
And he's such a confident young man. It's really lovely to talk to him. He's really pleased to be here, but he's not completely overawed by it. He's taking it in his stride.
And so, taking it in his stride is the race leader. It is Lars Grail, 2 bronze Olympic medals, Tornado class, and he was a star world champion. one of the absolute gentlemen of the fleet, as most of them are. They all are, in fact, but Lars Grail, he's like a statesman, isn't he? Mark, when you see him around the boat park, he's very regal, and he's such a nice chap.
And such well encompassed, to have mastered the Tornado, now onto the Star, and it's pretty good pedigree in that family. Looking great work there from the crew, dancing around.
Talk about pedigree. I mean, his brother is Torben Grail.
Had the good fortune of racing against Torben in Sydney and many other events.
And he's got a niece, Martine Grail, who won a 49er gold medal just by chance. Not by chance, she thoroughly deserved it. In Rio, I mean, it's just a phenomenal family in sailing from Brazil.
And there he is, VIP on his back.
So here they are, 17-year-old, just out there having a ball. He's the current laser radial youth European and world champion. Laser radials.
Tell you what, Peter, when he jumps back into a laser and he pulls the main in, he's going to pull it through the blocks. I tell you, he seems to be able to handle that massive main just fine, getting the measure of pumping it down there.
Well, what will be interesting with Gallinaro is how quickly will he progress, I assume, into the standard rig laser and, try for Olympic nomination. I think of Ben Ainsley. He was in there as a real young guy.
And Robert Scheidt.
They were in their teens when they went
young.
through. And is this the next?
And just watching his technique here, he's letting go of the tiller very, very briefly to pump the main with his both hands. It's there you go.
Well, that's a laser technique.
It's a laser technique.
Absolutely a laser
absolutely
technique.
Bringing those techniques from boat to boat. Lovely wave there as he puts the bow down. His crew goes forward. Tiller up, take it down. Lovely, lovely, lovely work.
So just put down in your notebook for maybe the Olympics in 2020, Italian representative, who's it going to be? I'm sure Guido Gallinaro will be considered by the Olympic Committee in Italy if he's good enough, and I'm sure he is.
Let's have a look at this race back here. Obviously, Lars Grail well out ahead. Then we have Loof.
As we look down over Zomba Barish.
Evan Malevich is having a great day today. He's not always been up there on the first leg, but his finishing positions have been really good, very consistent throughout the day. Just behind Robert Scheidt.
So this is Zomba Barish. He's got the Fingal Cup at the moment, so that's their World Championship. He would have qualified his country for the Olympics, and I'm sure they have an Olympic qualification system in Hungary. Be hard to bet that he won't get the nomination, isn't it? For, of course, the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. The sailing is a little way out, down the coast a little bit.
Look at these different styles across the boats here. He's going straight from the main, using his whole body, upper body strength to lean back, letting the boat rock, and then using his body down and in on the main, and tiller towards him, rocking it down those waves, and then quickly back up. Make sure you don't get caught low and slow. And the crew on the foredeck absolutely echoing the motions and really inducing that windward haul. And they'll be having a conversation about the leeward mark.
So Shirley, we've had the privilege of being great onboard shots here of Zomba Barish, downwind technique. You look across the field from your position. Who's looking strong on this downwind leg?
Well, I think Robert Scheidt, 5 times Olympic medalist, has had a great run, and if I'm not mistaken, he's firmly into second. We know what he's like downwind. He absolutely relishes it, but it wasn't easy. He was stuck in a pack. It's hard to get clean air and clean waves, but he's done exceptionally well. coming down here. Lars Skleil, though, I think he's lost a little bit of his lead, just about to come through the gate now. And interesting, what's he going to do? Oh, he's going to go around the right-hand one. He likes that right-hand side, but tough tactical decisions in this next leg.
So Lars Skleil leads at Mark 2. This is race 7. He was leading at the first mark, coming out of the right. He's picked the right-hand mark to go on the upwind leg. Second around we've got, and that'll be Negri. That's Freddie Loof going in there with boat 4. Robert Scheidt went to the other end of the other gate, so he's third. Freddie Loof fourth, but very, very close. You can see the deltas as now the body of the fleet come through.
Well, Peter, undoubtedly you got there is a right-hand shift across the course now, and that right-hand mark is a little bit further upwind, and that is why these boats are going around this right-hand mark. If you're having to go around to that left-hand mark, it's you're sailing a few more boat lengths. It probably does give you some nice clear air, though. You don't have to go back through the boats, as we can see here.
Yeah, well, Robert Scheidt was pretty keen to have a lane post mark, and probably why he picked the left-hand marker. But through the boats come, and we look at Augie Diaz, boat 23 coming through, and Kevin Kepene, George Szabo as they go upwind for the second time. Certainly changing the rig settings and the configuration from downwind to upwind. We can see the rig's got to be pulled back, the halyard drop back down on the tack of the jib.
Now, what we're seeing now in picture here, this is what's called chopping wood. When the boat is pitching, we don't have enough forward speed yet. The boat's very upright, it's rocking. Just trying to push the bow down. There's really, really disturbed air from the boats ahead. Just got to put the bow down and try. Or the alternative is to get the hell out of there and tack.
So that was Ruggiero Tita, who's the 49, the NACRA 17 current world champion. So he's used to twin trapezes and foiling it up, you know.
It wouldn't have been much fun sat there on that leeward mark, just as I said, chopping wood, with the gas oxygen masks dropping out of the boom, needing some fresh air and some clean air to get going.
Well, he's used to going upwind at probably close to 18, 20 knots. And on foils, different. It's a different game.
Peter, he's done the right thing.
Absolutely, he's done the right thing. Clearing his air, trying to put himself in a position to find clear air. We swing down over Pepper and Mitchell. Second in race 6. A little bit deep in this one. Second to last, I'm just hearing in my earpiece. So they've had a little bit on. After a great race in race 6, they're struggling in this. But Hamish Pepper has been a star world champion.
And his crew, Steve.
So the pedigree is right. Regardless of they're having a bad one now, they've had a good day after yesterday breaking their mast.
It just goes to show he was pretty much winning that the race before, and now he's back in the cheap seats. It just shows the caliber of this fleet, full of Olympic medalists, world champions, both in the Star and across other fleets. It really is so deep. But yeah, you can see what it's like to be back here. They're looking around, looking for a lane. Stevie just checking the compass. There's Hamish Pepper just looking over his shoulder. Okay, he's seen something. The leaves of the sheep there from Steve.
Well, for many of the sailors, you know, at this level and their pedigrees, they're not used to being down the back. They're all winners. And so someone like Hamish is second in the race 6. Now he's down the back struggling. It's new territory. Just shows they're mortal.
The Grail is doing well still. As Shirley said earlier on, just some of his lead just a little bit whittled away. Robert Scheidt hard on his tail.
So Hamish Pepper, Steve Mitchell tacking. Trying to, it's pretty tough when you're back there at the back to find a lane. There's not a lot left for the trailing boats. As we look at Pepper and Mitchell going upwind. So we're on leg 3. So the second time up to the top mark.
So for me, Peter, we obviously saw that right-hand shift at the top of the leg that Lars Grail did so well with. Be interesting to get our heads round where we feel the breeze is, what phase over across the fleet. So Lars came off that right-hand mark on starboard. He's happy to have tacked away to left onto port, going out to the right-hand side. So maybe it's flicking back left again.
Yeah, and there hasn't been it's not the cavalcade smacking that left-hand corner. It looks like even Robert Scheidt, there's obviously been a bit of a condition change. And maybe we'll just go to Shirley. We're on Robert Scheidt at the moment, and even Robert now is coming back, 5-time Olympic champion, coming back on port to the right. And has there in fact been a bit of a change in terms of what's happening with the breeze?
Well, they're nervous of the left now, aren't they? You know, as before they were just all heading out there like there was nowhere else to go. I mean, Robert's doing quite a nice job, I think, of just, you know, playing the percentages. He just wants, you know, a good result. He's not going to go flying off to the left, and he's going fast. I mean, I'm watching him just slowly draw in his compatriot Lars Grail. Do I think there's been a shift? I think there's been a little bit of a shift. It'd be interesting to see what happens back in the top of this course that until the last leg was so predominantly left-handed. I've just seen Robert tack. He's going back, just staying between the fleet and the windward mark, and you know, he just wants a good solid result here.
So we've got Brazilian boats first and second. So Lars Grail in the lead from Robert Scheidt. And then Nagri, Loof make up the top 4. Baresh is up there again. Mark Medenblack, who really got in a little bit of a difficulty at the top mark. Mark, that's 2 races now that Mark Mendelblatt at the top mark he fell out on one, and that one he had to take evasive action.
He was really unlucky. You know, he'd made his bed on the left there, and when he came in, there was just a wall. It's the horrible, you know, it's a horrible thing to see when you see the stars nose to tail cross, and you go to duck and you look down and there's 10 boats you got to duck, and it's worse at the big World Championships. But he did the right thing. He, you know, got the bow down and had to pay the penalty. There was no really option there.
Diego Negri is just seeing. He is showing to be ahead of Robert Scheidt. He's the number 1 ranked Star Sailors League on the ranking. Really strong in terms of fresh off clean as his crew. And I think he's showing the benefit of having Frida on board. He compared. I was here last year, and I think Nagri is going to be one to watch. He looks to have good pace.
Yeah, certainly. Really showing some nice pace there. Just trying to get the measure of what phase this breeze is in here on the course. Lars Grail coming across now on port.
So Shirley, it just looks like in the last 5 minutes Lars Grail has made a bit of a gain. It looked a little bit closer between Grail and Scheidt and Negri, but Lars has made a little bit of a step out in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's found a little bit of pace, and as Mark was saying earlier, you know, tacking in these conditions is quite costly. And you know, and Robert didn't go very far, not much distance, and 2 tacks is going to cost you a bit. But Lars looks to have got in his groove. He actually looks to be going forward on the fleet. And I mean, you have to remember Lars Grail, he's, you know, double medalist, but he's a man with 1 leg. It's astonishing. How do you hike? You know, how do you hike a star out so well and be leading the fleet with 1 leg? I mean, he's you know, a great athlete and a fabulous sailor, and I think just really smart as well. He picks his way through the fleet, and he's good at reading the course. He's not he's not following everyone else. Even now he's leading. He's just finding his own way, and there's a man of experience.
Well, it is phenomenal that, with one leg, that disability, that Lars, but he's really got it, hasn't he? He's got what it takes psychologically, Mark.
Well, he's got
He's unflappable, his attention to detail, and he understands the big picture.
And he's got a great temperament. It's wonderful to talk to. He's very, very gracious. And, we saw him take a win yesterday, which was lovely. It'd be great to see him hold this together today. Just watching back in the back of that shot when we were close into Lars Grail, the action where Robert Scheidt got pinged around a little bit by the Italian coming across. So I think the breeze is pretty steady, pretty even across the course now. Just a case of finding a lane, picking their way up. And I agree with Lars's tactic to keep the tax to a minimum. Keep the tax to a minimum. He's got that main absolutely barred down to the deck.
Yeah, setup looks nice. This is another one of the boats with a new master, because they came in last night, boat 12. They had not broken their mast, but when they did post-race check, they decided to take the mast out. They weren't sure. They just wanted to check. And they identified that the spreader bar that the spreaders fit on was bent.
So this will be interesting, just coming across here, just taking a little covering tack. Certainly with that left being so strong earlier, he undoubtedly picked up a strange shift out on the right on the first beat, but he cannot deny that the left might still have something in it.
Well,
it doesn't want to let the left, too many boats get to the left there.
The person that has hung it out on the left is Mark Mendelblatt, and that's his tactic. It was his tactic last year, and it's again, and we're seeing Lars Grail is really under attack now from that left-hand group. And we look at the orange line, the pink line across the advantage line, right up in the top left-hand corner there is Mark Mendelblatt. And I think he quite likes what he's feeling at the moment, Mark Mendelblatt, over when he looks under his boom and has a look across at Grail.
Well, I'm starting to see a little bit of a pattern here. When the wind was up, the left-hand side had good pressure in the flatter conditions. But maybe when the wind's dropping a little bit now, that there is a touch more breeze out on the right, but there's shift in the left. So it'll be a question of which wins out, shift over breeze.
Max Salminen, he was second at the Finn Worlds. Another one of these very, very good Finn sailors. Big, strong, tall, athletic, smart. As he looks down, and immediately to leeward, you've got the guy I used to sail with. In fact, this crew, the combination, both of them have sailed with Freddie Loof, who's just under their bow and forward.
And Peter, we were chatting with them this morning, and they were absolutely looking to beat Freddie. If there was one other little gain they could make, was to beat Freddie.
So Max Salminen, of course, Freddie Loof's crew at the Olympic Games. For the last time, 2012 in London, when the Starboat did its last Olympic Games. But there's plenty of talent in the Swedish system with the mix of Salminen, Tillander as crew, Freddie Loof.
Seems to me this little shift back to the right. Maybe it is
at the top,
Yeah,
little because when we last looked at that, it looked very bow to bow with Grail and Mendelblatt. But Grail again has come over in this top third approach. He's really enjoying the right hand side.
Well, I can't help but think there's a touch more breeze out on the right hand side now that it's dropped right across the course compared to previous races.
So Lars Grail won his medals in the Tornado class.
You can see the sun's starting to come down, the light's getting a little bit more diffused as it comes down, and that's really the time that you start thinking about how the wind starts to be a little less stable, starting to shift around. Sometimes various different places of the world, it starts tracking around with the sun. The top mark.
So coming into the top mark, it's going to be Lars Grail. He managed to pick the right on the first windward beat. He's picked it again on the second windward beat, but Mark Mendelblatt is right there with him coming across. But at the top mark, it's going to be mark number 4. Brazil are in the lead, followed by USA. So Lars Grail leads from Mendelblatt at the top mark. Heading across to the offset mark. So Mark Mendelblatt's right there with him, Mark.
He didn't have such a good tack. Came in and tacked, hit a wave, and let Lars open out a couple of boat lengths there, which is going to be absolutely invaluable down this next run as he goes round the spreader mark to head down to the finish.
So Mark Mendelblatt, after, remember, top mark, he had to make that big dip, so he is going fast. He's come back from around 10th to be in second position.
Big chasing pack, Peter.
As the rest come in, there's Robert Scheidt in there at third, Freddie Loof, Negri, Xavier Rohart, George Zarif make up that top group.
There's a lot of points in that chasing pack just there.
So the offset mark is there just to open it up so that you don't get too much congestion. If you just had a top mark with the boats coming up to the mark, it's put there just to spread it out a little bit for the boats coming downwind. Don't get tangled up with the upwind boats. Max Salmonen is the next one around the offset.
No one's jibed away. Everyone's happy to just go straight down. Might find a few people jibing here. Ivan's always loves a jibe at this mark. Let's see if he does.
Guido Gallinaro, the young Italian laser sailor. He's right up there in the front group, having another good race. So this is Zomba Beresh, a Finn World Champion. He comes round.
So with these boats still on starboard coming down, that suggests a left-hand phase at the top of the mark here.
Happy to carry on. So surely there's nothing much in it, but Lars Grail survived at that top mark. Mark Mendelblatt came back, from quite deep last time at the top mark, so he's going fast along with Robert Scheidt. They're on the downwind now. Who's positioning in what position? Maybe we've just lost Shirley at the moment. She's certainly doing more than one task out there, Mark, isn't she? She's doing commentary, but helping positioning that camera boat.
When she comes back, we can ask her, whether I'm seeing in the pictures the breeze slowly dropping a little bit, maybe starting to phase left and right a little bit more than it was. Just needing a little bit more power in that. I'm sure watching the boats coming down and the action of the boats and the helms will be a little bit softer, a little less power in the air. Just letting the boat pendulum.
So it's almost like the wind is down a little, but the seaway is back when it's still quite choppy from when the wind is up.
Well, no one's told the sea that the wind has dropped.
That's right. Although with the current coming in or the tide running with the waves, you'd think it would flatten off.
The sea's definitely dropped in height, but just as confused. Don't forget, there's been 25 odd stars just churned it up on the way up. So it's going to be a while down this run before things start to. Still, just desperately trying to find a pattern in those waves.
Diego Negri, who is the current, he leads the ranking in the Star Sailors League, and Fridtjof Kleen, his crew, who won the Star Sailors League finals last year with Paul Goodison. Notice there that Frida is actually just dropping his centre of effort, so I think it's so choppy that maybe it's got a bit like the old washing machine. So centre of effort, drop it a little bit just to take some of that dynamic action out of the rig, just to make it a little bit steadier.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something called too much rocking, especially when there's not quite enough power in the wind to be able to push against it.
It's Freddie Loof, boat 4, Olympic champion, of course, in the star class, 2012.
They seem to be in the groove there.
Xavier Rohart.
Torben. Lars Grail still with a lovely. He's holding the lead off Mark Vanderblack and Brian Fette.
Let's just take the opportunity. We'll go to Shirley. Shirley, we missed you for a bit. I hope you're still with us.
A slight power issue, but I'm back in the game. I mean, we're on the same side as Lars Grail. He's doing well out here. To me, he's keeping his lead. He's sailing fast. He's working the waves. He doesn't seem to be under threat at all by Mark Mendelblad on the other side of the course.
We're looking at the animation as Lars Grail holds on the animation. 10 metres, there's nothing much in it. It's only a couple of waves, Mark. This is close, and if Mendelblad can get a bit of separation and get in rhythm, Lars Grail will have to go into full defensive mode. Mark Mendelblad, he is the only skipper to have won this event twice. He won it in 2014, and then he backed that up in 2016. So this is the 6th edition of the Star Sailors League. And Mark Mendelblad is the person that's won it twice, 3 Bacardi Cups.
It just seems to me that in the last half an hour, with the sun coming down a little bit, just starting to just see a little bit more oscillation. The power's gone from the breeze. It wouldn't surprise me to see a few more ships coming down this last leg into the finish.
Well, what we've just popped up there, that points you're seeing is projected points, and this would put Mark Mendelblad back in the controlling position. If he can finish where he is now, would have him moving past Robert Scheidt. Now, it opens up an interesting discussion, and Dennis Connor, when he was here, alluded to it. As we know, after tomorrow night, number 1 ranking goes straight through to the final. Is that a good thing? Does that enhance your chances of winning that last race when you haven't raced through the quarters and semis? I don't know if it is.
Well, after the quarterfinals tomorrow, then that boat will be taken out into all the way to the finals, and we see this in America's Cup teams where they don't get to race all the way through an event. It's nothing like racing for honing the speed and getting into the waves, and it is quite difficult coming out, and everyone else has been sailing that day, to suddenly get back into it.
Well, last year Mark Mendelblad did win the card through to the final, and of course he didn't win the final. It's an interesting debate. Shirley, jump in on it. I'd be interested on your comment. You got these 3 tickets through. If you win, you go directly to the final. If you get second, you go to the semi. Strength or weakness? What do you think?
I think if you're a sailor, you'll take it if you can get it. Right? If you can get a ticket to the final, you'll take that. But Mark's absolutely right. It's hard. And I remember watching last year. It was quite shifty. It was the wind was coming off Nassau, and the guys were just gaining more and more understanding and experience about what was going on, and poor Mark Mendelblad was having to sit and watch. I mean, there's strategies around that. You just keep yourself in phase. You go out at the same time. You watch the race. You just try and stay alert and on top of what's going on. But it's a tricky balance. Although I bet if you asked any of the competitors here, they would take that magic ticket to the final of the 2018 Star Sailors League final, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was caught up with Freddie Loof last night, same conversation, and he was sort of going, well, it would be nice to win, but on the other hand, they're racers. They want to race, and if you get a tricky last day, if you've done the quarterfinal and the semi-final, you are primed to be in a very strong position, as Paul Goodison did last year, to take it out.
Absolutely. I'm just watching how light it's going here. I think there's plenty more action in this race to come. There's a big bunch just behind Robert Scheidt, Freddie Loof, Zaraf, Roja, and the breeze just seems to be wafting from one side to another. We saw Grail's lead get whittled down. Now it's opened out again. So, I can definitely see that the breeze is still phasing from one side to another as it drops.
And it looks like the breeze is sort of, we're getting later in the afternoon. It's only 3 o'clock. It's not that late, but it's sort of starting to taper off a little bit.
The sun's certainly getting lower in the sky, and that's taken a little bit of the heat out of the day, and that's where the changes in the breeze you'll start to see. But at the moment, Lars Grail in a very, very comfortable lead over Mark Mundenblack and Brian Fette.
Well, Lars Grail's stretched out. Remember at the top mark they were really close. They went round. They weren't overlapped. It was only a couple of boat lengths in it. But he has managed to wriggle away. He's out there at 70 metres on Mundenblack and Scheidt. Freddie Loof is in that mix. But we look at Grail in the lead. Then you've got that lineup across of Scheidt, Mundenblack, Zarif, Loof. And there could be a bit of action amongst those 4 boats. Lars Grail, 2 times bronze medalist at the Olympics.
So we've got a fight on with Loof, Zaref, Robert Scheidt and Mundenblack.
Gee, Grail sailed well in this one. Picked the right at the right time. This downwind leg has been impressive for me. And he's now looking over his shoulder going, well, I'm going to get my second point on the board. He'll be the first skipper to win 2 races here in Nassau at the Star Sailors League final. So coming down to the line, it will be Lars Grail takes this one out. Come from behind victory, and well deserved on the upwind leg and a brilliant downwind leg to take the lead.
Here comes the chasing pack, Peter.
So this is all on now. Who's it going to be in this windward position, rolling down over the top? It's number 14, and that is going to be George Zarif. Snitches it on the line from 3, and that's Robert Scheidt third. And then Mark Mundenblack got rolled on the downwind for 4th. Freddie Loof has gone through. And then there's another cluster of boats coming up to the line. Xavier Roja just takes it from a front, hard-charging Diego Negri. And at this end of the line, coming in on the plane, it is Zomba Barish, Tajas Kusnerovic, Max Salmonen, Nalabi, Montides. Paul Kayard is next over the line. Sim Fantella. Stefanovic will be next. Well, that looks like now they come through. Boats coming through over the line. It's Augie Diaz coming through in boat 23. George Shaduku, the Solon Olympic medalist. Hamish Pepper, Stevie Mitchell, not that having a happy one in race 7, and Kevin Pepinay still to come down over the line. Well, can't help but think the conditions have changed. It's starting to get a little bit funky.
Very subtle.
And the sea state is left over from a good breeze, a good solid breeze we had earlier in the afternoon.
But you have to take your hat off to Lars for recognising the change. Everybody was so adamant to get out to that left-hand corner, and they paid the price.
2 things to me. He understood there was something happening on the first windward beat, picked it up and got the lead. He hung in on the second beat, and the fleet came at him. But then on the last downwind, he played the game perfectly and managed to make 60 odd metres on that 4 boats behind him. That's skill.
Absolutely. And just reading the conditions. I mean, sometimes, the conditions change so subtly, and it's about, it's understanding, when that's happening and recognizing it, as it's playing out.
So we'll have a look at the race result and of race 7. As we'll just wait for the animation to come up. Beautiful look over the bay. So it was Grail from Zarif and Scheidt, Mid and Black Loof, Rohart, Negri, Gallinaro. Great result for the young Italian. Barish, Kuznerovic, Salmonen, Malaby, Contidis. That cut, the 10 cut off, Kuznerovic. Good result for them. Paul Kayard back a little bit. Fentella, Stepanovic. Daiz, Shaduku had a better race, I thought, in that one. And Hamish Pepper and Pepinay make up 20 and 21. Well, I think the next one will be interesting, Mark, and we start talking about the overall, because after race 7 we've only got, we're starting to get to the back end. And here we go, we've got a lead change yet again with Mark Mendelblack 1 point ahead of Robert Scheidt, and Zarif makes up that top 3. Negri, Malaby, Kuznerovic, and then Grail, Rohart, Augie Diaz, Barish. That's the top 10. So after 7, that's the cut-off if we were here this time tomorrow night. Freddie Loof's got a lot to play for, along with Stevanovic, Pepper, Kayard, Salmonen and Contidis. George Szabo back in 17th, and Francesco Bruni did not finish. We're going to find a little bit more out about that in a minute. Gallinaro, who's had a bit of an up and down day, we're very happy with his 8th. Fontella, Kevin Pepinay, and Tita, who's used to sailing on the foiling, Nacra 17. And of course, at the bottom, we've got a few DNFs there, and more about that later. Well, fascinating race, and we've got our first double race winner.
Absolutely, there we go.
Did you pick that in the sweepstake?
I'm afraid I didn't. I was looking for consistency. I think anything in the top 8, anything in the top 10, just keep banging in those 10s.
Well, it says race 7. Race 7 and conditions are changing. So we've got another race to come. We'll be back with you shortly. Go and have a cup of coffee. Come back to us soon. Well, welcome back, and I jumped the gun. It's racing's finished for the day.
So keen.
Oh, I quite like these light and funky races.
Yeah.
And I figured if we'd have done another, that's why they've canned it though.
Yeah.
Because it was starting to get quite fickle and a little bit changeable. Good race management.
Yeah.
And they've preempted what I was looking forward to, and I think Shirley might have been looking forward to as well, as a bit of a light one, bit tricky. But no. Racing is finished for the day, and I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Mark, thanks. Thanks to Shirley out on the water. Come back to us tomorrow, same time, about 11:15, local time. We'll be here.